All right, you guys. That's why I go early. Yeah, I can waste 20 minutes. Don't worry, this stuff gonna get deleted anyway. What's up, big dog Philly? Yep. So yeah, I had to go early so I can get it done, get it out the way. It's gonna get kind of extensive, and then people come up, and I'm here to like 6 o'clock. My time, West Coast time. You know what I mean? Kind of setback. So might have to try to go early any chance I get. But yeah, we definitely. Let me turn this down a little bit. Let's continue the music. Boom. Yeah, so we're gonna get this thing continued. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it because they did come out with the Supreme Court, I guess the ruling 6-3 on them ruling in favor of keeping some of these anchor babies still here. And I figured it would come to that. Just know that these people are human and they cannot, and I repeat, they cannot execute their office because they're not equipped to do so. They always have their feelings involved. The only one that never has his feelings involved is Justice Thomas. People might call him whatever they want to call him, but they always basically talk with their feelings and their personal interests. Amy Comey Barrett, and we'll talk about that. Maybe we could talk about that with Big Dog. We'll probably do something with him on his channel because he likes talking about, stuff like that. Maybe we could do a joint build on that. And, Amy Comey Barrett, a lot of people don't know, but she had Haitian, some Haitians living with her. She brought them over here through her so-called humanitarian thing. So, of course, she's going to be partial to that. On top of Ketanji Brown, she's just confused. So everything with her is going to be some way out extreme stuff. She's going to talk about slavery and black this and black that, and they ain't got nothing to do with it because we're not going nowhere. We're not even in the conversation in regards to what you consider to be racist black stuff or whatever. You know what I mean? The other ones that ruled, because it was 6-3, is that, for the most part, all those people up there, probably outside of Ketanji Jackson Brown and Justice Thomas, is foreigners. They're looking at the long-term aspect of it. What could it do for them? How can it affect them and their family? Because they're actually mentioning Indian stuff. So, but it was 6-3. I'm just briefly talking about for anybody while y'all coming in. If I see another number, yeah, just these people are they have an opinion, right? It's an opinion, and there's dissent and all that type of stuff, and affirms and dissents. And, with that being said, they have a personal and a financial interest in it as well. I mean, technically, the United States of America, as it was supposed to be, no longer exists. It exists on paper. But they always tell you, if you're listening, that the United States of America was an ideal. It was an ideal. And it wasn't something that even they didn't think they could maintain. We're going to do a build on that. I think a lot of people get this misunderstood. And a lot of our people got their heads up their ass because they got so much faith in this system that's done nothing for them. This is what people don't get. People say, well, I'm doing good. You're doing good? Well, you're $1 million EBT card carrier because you have debt. You are not solvent. Show me somebody who's solvent. You got a lot. It's great. You got a lot of things, but you're in debt. Those things are balls and chains. I was going to listen one of these days. But this United States of America needs to be dismantled. Now, I'm not saying being dismantled like these extremists be talking about. Dismantled meaning that as it's functioning right now, it needs to be restructured, not reorganized. No more bankruptcies. Restructured. The people need to be paid out, and that is the people that was wronged by the situations. Reparations, they always pay reparations. You got to pay reparations to the American people. We're not talking about those Europeans that now became Americans, because those Europeans became American citizens based on the United States, the 13 United States being created. Because before that, they had no status. They was working. They had businesses, business ventures and movements and things like that. Those are the best ones. The other ones were indentured servants and prisoners. They had all these different groups out there. Just saying. But it needs to be dismantled. And they need to pay out. They need to figure out who are the indigenous people, make it public, and restore it to where it was so it can function properly. Enough of this downtrodden and disrespecting and insulting and negative talks about what they think we are. And step aside and let us run it. See what I'm saying? Let us run it. And once we get in a position to run the office the way it's supposed to be ran, we'll be straight. It's business. See, they made multiple mistakes. And I'm not just talking about pale skin. I'm talking about anybody that's in office right now. From top to bottom. The whole bureaucratic system. Everybody has to go. Everybody has to go. Everybody has to be evaluated. And those that we can see have a track record that was doing something, those are the people we're going to put in place to stay. But you run nothing because you said nothing. Remember, moral turpitude, a half truth is a full lie. And anybody that sat around, that's misprision of felony and a misprision of treason. If you sat around, said nothing, you are guilty. Everybody got to go. That's it. You got to think about it this way. They say that their government was brought up under Judeo-Christian values. Look at what has went on over the last 10 years. Let's say 10. Just 10. Nope. 20. Well, let's go since 2000. And then we come up to the last, let's say, 18 years when Obama came in. What did they turn our military into? What have they turned the education system into? What have they turned our communities into? What have they turned our culture, our music, everything into? What have they turned our children into? What have they allowed to just come through here like just 90 going north? What have they allowed? Absolutely insane. And they're still on TV trying to sound all dignified. Anyway, let's get started. Let's get started. Yep, we're going down social media boulevard. Let's go. I'm going to be on mute. We're going to ride it through because we behind schedule. No, we right on time. What is it? 12:18? Yep, I figured it'd take me that long. I figured it'd take me 30 minutes. Well, let's get it. Appreciate everybody being here. Hold on. Let me look at the chat real quick. Oh, dude, what's going on? Sister Bethy, what's going on? I wasn't even looking at the chat. You right, Sister Bethy? You are right. You are right. Let me click on these links real quick. Hold on. Let me hit this one. Okay. Oh, dude said, will that be considered demonic rule or not? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, you said would that be considered demonic rule or not? I don't know if we would just call it demonic. I don't know if it is just demonic. It's more just the fact that these people are just who they are. This is why they got ran out of Europe. Everywhere they go, they mess up. They fuck up shit. They came over here and brought that bullshit with them. Those were the people that were supposed to be left where they were at. They brought all of that stuff with them and let it infiltrate them, and then it came against us. And there, here you go. This is a whole shit. Now these people are in power. Oh, make that make sense, man. Think about it. Demonic? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to make it a Christian thing, but I'm just saying that they say Judeo-Christian values. What the hell is they talking about? They do everything in reverse. Everything is in reverse. Man and woman, Adam and Eve, Adam and Steve. Eve and Eva. What? All this stuff they got going on. I mean, you got them. The children missing, organ harvesting, they eating babies and all this crazy shit I'm looking at and hearing on it. Man, this is absolutely sick. But see, them people that brought them over there, brought them out these little places where they were supposed to have stayed, brought them over here, taught them how to walk on all 2 feet. And they still in the backyard, they still be running on all 4s. And they function as that specific group. See what I'm saying? Judeo-Christian beliefs being demonic? Nah. To them, their Judeo-Christian values, yeah, I would say theirs are, not ours. Not ours, just in the sense of what Judeo-Christian is. Nah. Sister Bethy says, unfortunately, we have too many punks, drunks, crackheads, drug dealers, and uneducated people to stand out in our community. The ones that are brown skinned are sadly not indigenous to mainland. Well, those are the people that are out front. I agree. Those are the people that are out front. But those are also the people that the social media stream allows to be put out front, because it's nothing but bastardly shit. I mean, it's insane. And my thing is always good time to crack and shoot the dozens and shit like that. But how you can't mix information with disrespect and just, you know, faggotry. You know what I'm saying? If I could call it that much, because I don't care what nobody say. Well, if you talk about it, that's who you are. You are what you speak. What you speak into existence is what you are, or what you hope to be. See what I'm saying? But you know, it's hard to know who is who because of what they got in the screens, what in the media, the Mockingbird media, what they got out there, what they like to pull out. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. So it's hard for us to actually look through the fog and the smog in all this situation. You know what I'm saying? But there are people that get the job done. It's just that they're not the ones who society thinks is the right ones to do it. People want something, they ask for something, but I don't think they want that. That's why I'll say be careful what you ask for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel you. But I feel you. It's like this. I see the community too, but that community is not the community. I hate to say it. There's a place to go up there and, there's certain places to go where, you can just build amongst each other, talk, and wherever the conversation goes, where the conversation goes. But our people can't be focused for a period of time and really get something done, because the first thing that comes to the mind is negative thoughts, fear. Well, they ain't gonna let you do that, man. If you do that, then you're gonna be like that, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? If it was community, everybody would support everybody. People will support me like I support them. That's why I know I'm not a part of the community. I just come up there and talk and do what I do. You know what I'm saying? Either that one or anywhere else for that matter. Ain't no community. You have your tribal organization, your tribal government. That's a community. I have my circle of people. I have a community. It's not on YouTube though. But there are people listening to me. You see what I'm saying? So you put somebody out there that puts themselves out there as if they want to be that, that guy, or he could be the leader or stuff like that. That's not a leader. Leaders do, not talk about doing. Leaders do. So, your leader is not going to be found, you know what I'm saying, in the way you think they or anybody thinks it should be had. But, hey, what do I know? But, they need advisors. They need advisors. But, hey, look, I don't know. I mean, there's people, Sister Bethy, there's people, like, for an example, I look at it like this. For example, um, I've been around a lot of people. I've been around a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And these people aren't on YouTube, not on TikTok, not on Instagram, not on Facebook, like that. You know what I'm saying? not talking about hit this and hit that and so on and so forth, and doing all the different things that they do. If they're on there, they're teaching. They're providing information, research, and all these things. They're not on the internet creating division, not creating confusion. They're on these streams to teach and to be of some assistance, of some service. That's it. So the misunderstanding of the YouTube and the internet, this is why I wasn't on these streams. I didn't jump on these streams until 2020 because it wasn't nothing to do. So I just went on there, and I went on there to see what was going on, all the conspiracy theory. I'm a conspiracy theory guy. I'm really a political scientist. Public policy, public administration, business. Outside of the sports and me being a jock, that's what I am. A mathematician. So I like conspiracy theories. And I like to debate. So, you know what I mean? I wasn't on his internet stuff at all. Didn't want to listen to him. I was like, who the hell? Sound like preachers. This sounds like the new church. That's what I used to always say. This internet sounds like the new church. And people was running to that internet, and everybody flocked to it. And then people, to make money. Whole church, to get followers, to do this and do that. I was like, I don't want nobody following me. But people said you need to get your information out. Okay, well, I finally did it. And I wanted to make it a teaching moment. That's why I'm saying my numbers in here are going to be low because it's going to be boring. Intentionally, I'm making it boring. That's why when people get up on the panel and talk, it is gone after a day. I let it sit for 24 hours, well, not even less than 24 hours. I let it sit for the rest of the day into the morning, and it is deleted. If the conversation is good and respectful across the board, I will keep it. But I don't want to be up here having 5-hour, 6-hour videos. Don't want that. But that's what I'm saying. You get the experience live, and it comes back out. It's gone. I got it saved in my little stream thing, the StreamYard thing, but outside of that, it's gone. It's gone. But my presentations are going to be boring because I'm going to walk this information down. I'm going to tie it in. This is why we're doing this American history segment here, this little module view, and I might do tomorrow, but after that, I'm going back to what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is I'm taking you around the world, just a quick tour, and bring you right back here to America. And I'm showing you that everything in this world stemmed from America, number one. Now, I pretty much already knocked that out the box. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the Moors, the Romans, and the Phoenicians. All right. So, got to talk about these Punic Wars. Going to move around a little bit. But first, let's get to the streams. Go down StreamYard. Again, appreciate you being here. Appreciate you, Sister Bethy, talking to me. I like it. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I be wanting, Sister Bethy, asking questions. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need. Give me a little something. All right, let me get off of this thing. All right, let's go. Hold on, what am I? I see. Derek Cobb, what's going on, baby boy? What's going on, baby boy? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can't beat them, join them, huh, Sister Bethy? Don't get discouraged, Sister Bethy. I'm here for you. Don't be afraid of me, Sister Bethy. I'm a little forceful. But trust me, people tell you I get the job done. And once you point, I'm going. I'm gonna have a segment where I'm gonna bring some of my people up here. I'm gonna get up on the phone. I was like, you ain't gotta care about nothing. Give me an example. Tell them a little bit something about Coach. It's gonna be fun. All right, let's get it.
Get in here. Everybody say, Getty, why is this is hidden from history and you about to expose it? Please be sober just a little bit. All right, just for you. I'll be sober a little bit, okay? Just for you. But what I'm about to show you, about to blow your mind. Now, you need to take a screenshot because this is so important. But I'm about to get straight to the facts that's about to blow your mind. Now, why is the word Ethiopian Regiment 1775 to 1776 was the first black military unit in North America? And why you ain't know nothing about this? And why is the word crown? Why is the word crown involved in this, liberating the so-called slaves? Why? Why? Oh, you're about to find out why, my nigga. Now, first of all, you're about to see some treaties called the Sigma treaties that you don't have, but only this guy have. Only this guy. You better donate $1. Anyway, let's continue. The Treaty of Eastern, October 1758. Who was that? Us. You see, wait. You see the original American treaties with Britain? Us. Remember, has nothing to do with Washington, D.C. Right. The Great Treaty of 1722 between the five nations. And this, okay, the colony now known as New York, Virginia, Pennsylvania. Okay. Now this is where it gets sticky. The deed in trust from 3 of the 5 nations, Indians to the king, 1726. Now I'm not getting tipsy because I want to get a little tipsy. Anyway, the treaty that held with the Indians of the 6 nations at Philadelphia. Remember Philadelphia. Remember when the colonists of Washington, D.C., which is their ancestors, whatever, they fought for the land or whatever, right? And they signed with us, right? We still helped fought them, and we was like, oh, we feel so sorry. We're going to help build up Washington, D.C., right? So we helped build up Washington, D.C., but if we knew what we know now, now, how did they get the name Ethiopian Regiment? How did they get that name? Because the Atlantic Ocean was called the Ethiopian Ocean, not the Atlantic slave trade. All right? So we are in Ethiopia and all them names. But
Damn, Mr. Town. Lock the doors. Ain't nobody going home. Yeah, security. This boy. Yes, hey, man, look at here, man.
Hey, man.
I can't throw your glass. That's about it, man. I'm throw somebody goddamn. Ooh, I'm sorry about my boy. Look at here.
Right, so you have oxtails, mac and cheese, lamb chops, goat, ricey beans, plantains.
Yeah,
You know.
I want to see this here, man. Yeah. Good as gold now. Let me see. Let me go over here and try one of these here first. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They say you save the best for last, right? Right. That seemed like tender. Let me find out if you got some nizzle. Let me tell you something, brother. Boy, I've been around today. This tastes pretty nice. I'm talking about get out like a fat rat. Wait a minute. You said this is the red. Look at that. I'll snap. I'm trying to break his back. You didn't know I know nothing about this fish is hidden. Huh? Look at that fillet. Good pure deep punching. That there, this right here. Boy, that's what you need. Boy, look at here. This is tenderism. I appreciate it.
I appreciate
Boy, you got out.
Baltimore, jerking like Baltimore.
Here we are. Hey.
Hold on, I ain't showing that one yet. Hold on, let me change these around a little bit. Hold on, I'm gonna say this one. Hold on, let's move this one. Where we at? All right. Okay. Yeah, let's do it that way. Oh, I'm gonna say that one. Boy, everybody attention on that one.
Everybody talks about the rules. Let me show you something here. See that? That's 50 USC 4305. Title 50, War and National Defense. Suspension. You see that? 2. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, delivery of property or interest therein made to an account of the United States or otherwise directed pursuant to this subdivision or any rule. You see it? Right? Shall be what? Full acquittance and what? Discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same. No person shall be held liable. Well, everybody talks about the rules. Very few people study the exceptions buried inside the legal framework or provisions known as safe harbor. A safe harbor is simple. If you know the conditions, if you operate within the boundaries, you gain protections that others don't even know about. They didn't even know they existed. Most people spend their lives reacting to penalties, liabilities, and enforcements. The educated spend their time studying the exemptions, protections, and shields written into the system itself. Read that again. The difference between confusion and clarity is often a single paragraph buried in thousands of pages of code. The question isn't whether protections exist. The question is who took the time to read them, who took the time to understand them, who took the time to use them properly. Knowledge changes position. Decision changes outcome. Study the rules, study the exemption, study the safe harbor. Because the people who understand the framework move differently than the people who merely live under it.
Now keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Y'all to marinate on that. Marinate on that, what he just said, right at the end. Yeah, old dude. Tenderness. And he said, I see it got some tender. I see it's kind of tender. I want to see if it got some nism in it. Boy, look at here. That's what I'm talking about right there, man. Gotta have the elder there. It's a bad boy. Now, listen closely. This is Richard Nixon. The communication.
Africans just can't run things. Now, that's a very, very fundamental point in the international scene. See my point?
Oh, boy, you sure see it around this place.
Well, Howard.
Sister Beth, you still there? Listen now. This is what they think about you. This is what they think about you.
Yeah, of course you do. You see them. You know, I have mixed feelings. I receive their ambassadors. They change all the time, and I've had I love them. They're so kind and so nice. And they're children.
Yeah.
Children.
Yeah.
Huh? You know?
And they always want something like children.
Oh, God, yes, they want. Well, what can you do? I know, but what I meant is it's so childlike. The childlike faith and the this and that. And, of course, a lot of them are crooks, but we have crooks, too. Anyway, what I'm getting at is I think you've gotten the field of business, you've got the field of education, so on. But there are many other areas, as you've well pointed out, where they can beat the hell out of us. Now, and they should be proud of those. Athletics isn't a bad achievement. Man, you look at the World Series, for God's sakes, and what would either of these teams done without, what would Pittsburgh be without hell of a lot of blacks, huh? Sure. And then music, the dance, no. And these things, are they to be therefore just pissed upon? Hell no. They're important. And also, in certain areas, poetry, etc., they have a free and easy style that adds enormously to our culture. But on the other hand, when you get to some of the more, shall we say, some of the more profound, rigid disciplines, basically, they have a hell of a time making it. And Ed Brooke, for example, is an exception. We've got to face it. In terms of good lawyers, there are damn few good lawyers among any group, but in terms of good lawyers, even though a lot of them go to law schools, I mean, it is not really their dish of tea.
Now, got that? Yeah, he said Africans, but then you saw after that he said blacks. He talking about sports, dancing, and all that. He's talking about us. He's calling us Africans. Well, we could do that, but nevertheless, they put it out there. Not going to scrutinize if it's good or if it's real. Not going to do that. But isn't that something we've heard quite a bit? Yeah, we've heard it quite a bit.
Section 2 says, in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. Now, this is something that's been forgotten.
The state cannot hear a case in which the state itself is the party making the claim. This is a conflict of interest and one the Founding Fathers provided a safeguard against in Article 3, Section 2, Clause 2 of the Federal Constitution. This man breaks down the reasoning, and I've published a video explaining how to use this defense on my page. Be sure to check it out.
State can't be named a party, because if a state is named a party, according to Article 3, read it. Article 3, Section 2 says, in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. Now, this is something that's been forgotten. It's been forgotten for almost 160 years. I believe that the last time original jurisdiction was invoked at the United States Supreme Court was back around 1890, because we've forgotten about it. But in the Constitution, under Article 3, it identifies two different instances in which the United States Supreme Court has original jurisdiction, not appellate, original. And that is one, anytime that a foreign dignitary is named a party, or two, anytime that a state is named a party. Okay, so we're all very familiar with the United States Supreme Court's appellate jurisdiction because we invoke that every single day, right? We believe that that's a court of last resort. We don't believe or understand that it's a court of first resort if a state is a party in cause. If you want to understand the original intent, and remember, we have an originalist, textualist court on us, right? Like this is the time for this to come forward because the majority of the people on the court supposedly believe in the original intent of the Constitution. But if you want to know why the founders, the framers of the Constitution wrote the things that they wrote in it, we would typically go to the Federalist Papers, right? In fact, Justice Gorsuch says that James Madison is the person that provides all authority to the Constitution. He's the father of the Constitution. So if we want to know why Article 3, Section 2 says in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction, let's see what James Madison had to say about it. because he wrote in the Federalist, Circular number 10. What he said is no man is allowed to be judged in his own cause because his interest would no doubt bias his judgment and not improbably corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, with greater reason, a body of men are unfit to be both judge and party at the same time. So what James Madison was pointing at, this is actually the earliest known reference to the modern day concept of conflict of interest. James Madison was trying to formulate the idea of conflict of interest within this when he says that their interest will no doubt bias their judgment. He's referring to the conflict of interest that we talk about today. Article 3, Section 2 says, in all cases,
Now, hold on, let me look real quick. Hold on, I'm just looking real quick. All right. Now, what he's talking about is something very important. And this is where you get, like, for an example, you have the people of the state of California, in all caps. The people of the state of California versus me. If the plaintiff in the case, for example, what he's talking about, if the plaintiff is the state, the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. Just as I have mentioned before in regards to attorneys. Attorneys are bringing claims. I'm not going to go to Black's Law. I'm just going to talk about it. You can't be witness and counsel at the same time. You got to be one or the other. Same thing with the state of California. The state of California or any other state if you're bringing a claim against somebody or indictment of some sort, who's the attorney? The district attorney, the attorney general, right? It's the district attorney, and the district attorney is under the attorney general. And the attorney general is considered to be federal. It's connected to the United States of America. You have your Department of Justice, which is the attorney general's office for the United States, and you have an attorney general in every state that reports to that attorney general in the Department of Justice. You also have local branches in the states and locations, which is considered to be the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So if the district attorney is bringing a case in the name of the state of California, then the state of California is a real party in interest. And in a criminal matter, the injured party. Now, a lot of people say, well, these codes and statutes and stuff, I was listening to some the other day, they was talking about, yeah, all these laws and these codes and everything bringing are lawful. And the people voted on them. Are you sure? Have you heard of something that's called positive law? Have you even checked to see if these statutes and codes, some of these statutes and codes have been lawfully voted in by the people? Or have they been voted in the de facto people of the state? Being that, like Biden said, we, the people, are the government. And he's talking to, as he was talking to the legislature, Congress. As he was talking to Congress, which is your Article 1, your legislature, your legislative branch, he said that Congress is the people. And you hear it on TV all the time. They say the American people ain't dealing with that. The American people, no. We the people not dealing. Are you talking about you talking about me? Talking about any of you? I don't know if they sent you the memo on something that was actually passed, because I remember Prop 6 in California was a proposition to get rid of the last part of there should be no involuntary servitude and peonage, except for crime. That last part, the except part, was supposed to be deleted in Proposition 6. They was going to delete that and say that we no involuntary servitude and peonage. That's it. That's what it was going to say in the California Constitution. That thing was vetoed by who? The governor. The governor vetoed that. So I'm trying to figure out if people say, well, these laws are lawful laws or properly legislative or enacted laws. No, they're not. Every single statute and code must not intersect or be in conflict with the Constitution. You guys know that? That's what you call a writ of prohibition. Writ of prohibition or writ of mandamus, an extraordinary writ, affidavit of warrant of authority, or writ of quo warranto. All those writs are orders for the superior court, which is the Supreme Court, to tell the inferior courts, hey, this right here violated the Constitution, because it did one of three things. And what's the most important thing, that it violated due process. Right? Number two, the judge is operating in an administrative capacity. Therefore, it is no longer a competent court. People need to understand what a competent court means. It's quorum non judice. It's a Latin term, meaning without a judge. All right? It's very important that you guys understand that. Why aren't people, and this is where Sister Bethany makes a good point, why aren't people immediately removing the judge? Removing the judge, in California, it's a peremptory challenge. You could, under 170.1, you can preempt a judge out of there. It's like you get peremptories on your jury trial, your jury. You could preempt 3 people. You can preempt right off. You don't need a reason. Get. Don't want you, and don't want you. Same thing with a judge. If there has been no hearing or any type of scheduled court date, you can actually remove that judge for any reason. What's going on, Draco? 170.1. Now, let me give you an example. You come in, it's the people of the state of California versus Copper Draco. Copper Draco comes in there, he looks at everything, he says, oh, the state coming against me. Well, I already know what the Constitution says. Article 3, Section 2 says that if the state is a party in interest, the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. So guess where I'm going? I'm going to the United States Supreme Court. Not the California Supreme Court. I'm going to the United States Supreme Court. Why? Because it's California. Now, if you want to be nice, you can go to the California Supreme Court and say, hey, the state of California is a real party in interest. This is a constitutional question, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm bringing a constitutional challenge to this issue. But even prior to that, what I can do is, number one, preempt the judge out, say, bye, you let this go. Give notice to the clerk. Also give notice to the district attorney and give notice to the attorney general. Because the attorney general is actually the watchdog for the United States of all these people, all the courts, everybody that is considered to be in its Article 2 atmosphere of enforcement or the executive branch. That's all your law enforcement, all your courts, so on and so forth. All right. Now, I'm going to say, hey, I got a constitutional question for you. And I submitted it into the court. After that, I don't get no response. Guess who's the defendants now? Guess who will party? The district attorney and the attorney general. You got to answer. What the attorney general has to do, they either got to answer you and say everything is done properly, or they got to come defend you now. They got to represent you and speak for you. Did you know that? They got to do that. The other aspect of it is you have something that's called the United States Attorney's Office. That's not the Attorney General. United States Attorney's Office is trustee, is the trustee in bankruptcy. So if we have penal sums and penal things and charges that and dollar amounts and this and that, so on and so forth, then we have not an Article 3 situation here. Now we're dealing in some type of commercial affair. So they get their time to respond. You give them, 21 days, 30 days to respond? If they don't respond, then immediately you do a notice of removal. Where are you removing it to? I'm removing it to the Supreme Court. Based on the fact that Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution says that such and such and such and such, Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. Now I'm giving you the first right of refusal on this, California. You want to fix this? Because what they need to do is they need to bring the actual real party in interest, and the district attorney has to come in his constitutional oath-taking capacity to represent that injured party, which they are to do. Did you know the district attorney is supposed to be representing you? Why don't they do that? Because they're not in their constitutional oath-taking body. And another one. Some other type of canons. It's called the power of appointment, right? Fiduciary duties. I read it yesterday. Just trying to show you guys. People say, it doesn't work like that. Well, how is it supposed to work? This is what I'm saying. People don't understand American history. They don't understand civics. They don't understand the process of how things work. Have you done it? Me? Hey, look at it like this, right? Common sense ain't common. See? Remember Michael Jackson, the moonwalk? Yeah, moonwalking. So just think about that. Now, there's no statute of limitation on fraud, right? And if it is a commercial dealing or commercial venture that is going on in the name of you being locked up and working for 15 cents a day, or is it 15 cents a week? Did it go up? That thing is still open and live. And believe me when I tell you, when it's open and live, it is open and live. And it's ticking, like the ticker symbol. It's on that big wall up there. Yeah. Let's continue. Now, this is what I'm doing. I said, this is my anthems going forward. These are my anthems going forward. We gonna know this as it is to be, All right. This is what we're going to be doing. This is what we're going to be talking about. Everything stems from this. Yeah. This is one location, but he's talking from one location, but it's definitely everywhere.
Gas station in Detroit, Michigan. Arabs now own 144 in a black city. Blacks own 2 gas stations out of 146. You own nothing. The rest, the hotels and the 7-Elevens, are owned by Indians. Asians are owning the laundries. They're owning the hair and wig shops, the nail shops. Blacks own nothing in a 90% black city. And that's why now Detroit went into poverty. That's why it was declared bankrupt. Because blacks had money. Blacks had about 11 or 12 billion a year annual disposable amount of money passing through their hands. They were going out to the suburbs, spending it in the suburbs and spending it with the Arabs and the Asians, the Hispanics, and everybody else. And when I tried to put in a plan there for black folk, they said it was racist for me to try to help black folk. They said, yes, Dr. Anderson, we admit in this town that we have an Asian town, a Chinatown, a Pole town, a hockey town, a Cork town, a Mexican town, and a Greek town, but it's racist for you to try to do something for black folk, to build a black town. And guess what the black leadership said? They sure is right. And if you want to find out if I'm telling a lie or not, you got blacks sitting right in this auditorium that was there. You got right here on the front row, 2 here, you got Rosie Milligan that was there and spoke in Detroit. And I had over 1,000 blacks come across America and say, we will move and relocate our business to Detroit to build a black community, a black business district. We'll move our businesses into Detroit, over 1,000 of them. And guess what? The town got scared and fighting. And they told black folks, now it's racist to come in and not include everybody and everything. And so that ended that effort. And so that's why Detroit failed. So what I'm saying to you is anything that's happened to black folk in this country is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you that nobody else tells you. You're locked and boxed because of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. You're locked and boxed. We got black leaders can't figure that out. In this country, that in the Constitution, which was approved in 1789, it says that this is a white nation. The first immigration law in 1791, spell it out. It is a white nation for white Europeans and other white people classified as white. And blacks are going to be a permanent underclass. You will be classified as 3/5 of a human being. You will be classified as property. You will be classified as property and 3/5 of a human being.
Now, under the circumstances, right? Under the circumstances, this is the problem. He pointed out a solution, a practical solution. Claude Anderson, very good at problem solving. I think, no, I know him being in the right position with the right focus, he can structure, he could be a good nation builder. He's that good. I've seen him in person. This guy does not read nothing. He's straight off the hip with it and quick. But like I said, the latter part of what he just said is also the problem. He showed freed white persons. I've showed it. Those people that came over here was not what you would consider to be white in color. Look, I should say. In color, in another format, in a political sense, yeah. A social stratosphere, yeah. Social economics, yeah. Color, no. By look, no. But what he is saying that black folk ain't gonna get nowhere within this system. And he's absolutely right. That is a problem. That's a problem. He's got threefold in there. That's a problem, but it's a problem that could work for us. And the other part is the problem that's going to work against us. So we don't get the first part of what he was talking about. He just said it. But I don't know if he really understood what he was saying from that aspect. See, because after a while, once you repeat it, and people keep saying the same thing over again, you start really believing that's who you are. That's farthest from the truth. All right. Now, as you hear him, now we're going to listen to this young brother right here. Shout out to the coaches.
Degree and having a GED from incarceration, I can go right now and say I want to advocate in the adult system. They're going to try to put me through a volunteer system. They're going to try to put me through the chaplains department, and they're going to try to get all of my expertise and my skill sets for free, right? Or they're going to offer me a position, that doesn't fit my level of expertise and say I should be happy and content with it because I've been incarcerated, right? And even when you try to do better, you try to pay it forward, you try to return, they make it very hard. And, I was incarcerated from 2005 to 2015. I'm still dealing with that. And as somebody that's a grant writer, wrote millions in grants, policy, legislative action, you name it, all across the board, I've done it. And they still want to try to minimize you and minimize your efforts. And I think we need to have more coaches instead of referees. Referees looking for penalties to take you out the game. Coaches are people that keep you in the game and try to pour into you, right? Instead of these this cookie cutter approach, thinking that everything works for everybody. We need individualized outcomes. We need people to be hands-on and pay attention, and just stop throwing this to the side. And then we repeat, and then say, what's wrong with them? That don't make sense.
I couldn't have said it no better. I don't think anybody could have said it any better. You just heard Claude Anderson, and you listened to this brother right here. Did 10. And while he was locked up, he's got his master's. He said he's written legislative actions, grants, everything. Look at it. I mean, creased up, fade nice, got the waves hidden, got the nice little brims on, you know what I'm saying? The rims on his eyes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Crispy collar, nice shirt, everything. Got it. Do we got a tie? I don't know if he got a tie on, but the brother next to him got a tie. He looks the part. He looks the part, but he's still getting minimized. I mean, goddamn. But at no point in time he said black. He was talking about him, that man right there, what he got in his brain. This is how they gonna do. Minimize it, keep him in that mindset to where they want him to say, F it, I'm going back to the streets. Might as well. It's the whole discouragement of things. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because he has to sit there and talk to somebody who he knows does not have his best interests involved, and he's got to come up to them and plead to them about something. See what I'm saying? If you are a convicted felon and did time, there's nothing that'll stop you from starting your own business. It's not on the SS4. They don't ask, have you ever been convicted? No. Don't ask that. When you go to the bank and you got all your paperwork together, you got people like that over to the right, everything you're doing, the people you supported, they don't. Ain't nobody asking, have you ever been convicted? They don't know unless you tell them. At the same time, they will not ask. It's not in the application. But somebody's telling him he needs to go ask them for permission or ask them for approval or even make a claim to them about why this is happening. Just do it. like Nike say, just do it. You know what another term from Nike is, or Nike? Champion. Be that champion. There's no need to sit in front of anybody and talking to anybody about any of this. Just get it done. You don't need to talk about it. You don't have to explain yourself. Well done, though. You know what I'm saying? That conversation needs to go to the people and tell them what's going on. And this is why he needs to be supported as much as he should, because obviously he can get it done. And I guarantee you he's probably in his late 30s, early 40s. You know what I'm saying? Most people like that, the way he look, got a full head of hair, no grays, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? The brother look young. So let's just say he went at age 25 or something like that. He got out at 35. You know what I'm saying? He's doing his thing. Yeah, he's probably in his late 30s, early 40s. So I'm saying. So these two things I'm going to be playing at the end of my social media streams every time I show them. We're going to show these two. We're going that right there. Perfect. So shout out to Sister Bethy. See, she brought those questions out. People will be afraid to ask. Now, let's move forward. I'll look at the chat in a minute. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into the build. Appreciate everybody. Where we at right here. Let's close it out. I'm going to stop sharing. Bam. Get up here. Let's take a look real quick what we got. What we got here? Cop Draco in the building. All right. Everybody else that's in the building that has not put anything in the chat, make sure you hit the prescribe button, because we prescribe, we don't subscribe. And don't blame me. You on your own. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'll mess with you. But yeah, you the master. You're in control. I'm just here as your humble servant. See? Worry about it. All right. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to take this into, I want to do one screen so that way I can, hold on. That ain't it. Let me click on, yeah, that's it. Now let me come back here. Let me click on that, and then we'll go screen by screen. Yeah, I got this from None Your Business. Let me make sure I got this all the way back. Boom. Set to the stage. I'll keep my camera on, and we can get to this. The title is American History, the Moors, Romans, Mayans. Are they related? Part 4. Let's see where this goes. All right, here we go.
ना कोई मशीन, ना कोई टेक्नोलॉजी, फिर ये सब कैसे? मैं नहीं जानता इसको बनाने वाले कौन थे, लेकिन इतना जरूर जानता हूँ, इसको जिसने भी बनाया वो आज के जो इंजीनियर है, आर्किटेक्ट है, उनसे कई गुना ज्यादा सक्षम और योग्य थे. आज कितनी भी आधुनिक मशीन यूज कर लो, इसको वापस बनाना असंभव है.
Now, this is something but history. I don't know why. I know you've been sent me this with no English talking people. But if you actually look at this, what it says, let me blow this up a little bit. What it says right here, temple built without machine thousands of years ago. Can today's engineers do this? And then it says hashtag ancient India, hashtag Indian architecture, hashtag mystery, hashtag engineering marvel. So this is what is called Bharat history. Look at the architecture of this thing. You can actually go into America and find this here, right? This is what you would 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. This is something that is interesting. I thought this was something. I should have looked at it before.
ना कोई machine.
This is ancient. You see, this is bottled water, right? This is no longer being utilized. Okay? No longer being utilized. Now, what we're going to do is, in your business, give me something better than that next time, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me just go ahead and let me go to the share screen. I'm going to share this whole thing. I'm going to show we're going to come over here and right here, you have this article I pulled up, historycooperative.org. Septimus Severus, what they call the first African emperor of Rome. Okay? Let me read this little part right here. Let's come down here. All right. Who was Septimus Severus? All right. Septimus Severus was a Roman emperor who ruled from 193 to 211 AD. He was born in what is now modern day Libya and is often considered the founder of the 7 dynasties. Severus came from a wealthy equestrian family and rose through the ranks of Roman military. Okay. Now, let's go to the hometown. Okay. This is called Lepsis Magna. All right. But right up here, let's read this. Septimus Severus died in Eboracum, modern day York, England, during a campaign in Britain. His reign marked a significant period in Roman history. Okay. So this Eboracum. Ebor. Just remember that. Keep that in mind. All right. Keep that in mind. Oh, yeah. I didn't put my camera back on. All right. Now, the city where Septimus Severus was born, Lepsis Magna, was one of the 3 most prominent cities in the region known as Tripolitania, or what they call Tripoli. Okay. Which means 3 cities. Along the Aton-Yah and Sabratha. To understand Septimus Severus and his African origin, it is important to first explore his place of birth and early upbringing. Originally, Lepsis Magna had been established by Carthaginians. Remember what we talked about yesterday, right? The day before, or the live before. Remember, we're making the connections. We're running it down the line. We went from the Mayans in America to East India, or the Indian subcontinent, eastern part of what you would consider to be Asia. Then we came into Egypt, Mesopotamia. Now we've moved up into what is considered to be North Africa or Asia Minor, which is the central part of Asia. The more Asia Minor, central, sort of. We'll talk about Asia Minor. Right? Those are the Turks, the Greeks, that mixture of people. Okay? So where he is from, where Septimus Severus is from, was under the control and established by the Carthaginians. Now we know Hannibal, or Hamilcar Hannibal, is a Carthaginian. All right. So, have been established by the Carthaginians, who themselves originated from around modern-day Lebanon and were originally called Phoenicians. All right. So we there, check. We good? All right. So Lepsis Magna was established by the Carthaginians, who themselves originated from around modern-day Lebanon and are the Phoenicians. So, if they were originally called the Phoenicians and now they're called Carthaginians, then that means what? The Carthaginians are the Phoenicians, and Septimus Severus is a Carthaginian and a Phoenician. Okay? Let's stay there for a second. These Phoenicians had founded the Carthaginian Empire, which was one of the Romans' republics. Most famous enemies, right? So, which was one of the Roman republic's most famous enemies, clashing with them in a series of 3 historical conflicts called the Punic Wars. After the final destruction of Carthage in 146 BC, almost all of Punic Africa, or what you would consider to be places controlled by the Phoenicians, came under Roman control, including the settlement of Lepsis Magna, as Roman soldiers and settlers began to colonize it. Slowly, the settlement began to grow into an important outpost of the Roman Empire, becoming more officially part of its administration under Tiberius as it became subsumed into the province of Roman Africa. All right. So, we good there? So now we got a connection. So we say, okay, well, how does it look today? All right. So the Phoenicians then became the Carthaginians, right? In name. Who named them? Who changed it? Who knows? But then they did what? After Carthage then fell in business and control, they did what? They reorganized into the Roman Empire. Okay, because the initial issue was there was a fight over the Ebora River. And really it was all about, trade and doing business. You had all these garrisons. And most of the time when you're dealing with all these people, they're pretty much all distant relatives. Okay. So now we'll leave that there. Now, the Ebro Treaty, right? So I just did a quick one on the Ebro Treaty. Okay, the Ebro Treaty. This is what supposedly had started the Punic Wars. So we're going to hit that right there. We'll hit this right here. We'll come over to Wikipedia real quick so we get just a background on that. Okay, so the Ebro Treaty, and I'm going to do something interesting with this Ebro name. Okay, so this was signed in 226 BC by the Hasdrubal, the Fair of Carthage in the Roman Republic, which fixed the river Ebro in Iberia. Right, so we got Ebro and we got Iberia as the boundary between the two respective powers. Under the terms of the treaty, Carthage would not expand north of the Ebro as long as Rome likewise did not expand to the south of the river. So at this point in time, you still have Carthaginians. You still have a Carthage empire. So it's like you gave up parts of the power over here. They got strong enough. So we say, hey, man, We don't need you to be all up on us now. We have our own strength and power that we can function on our own. Carthage was like, nope, we still want to have some control over here. They said, nah. So they got in a fight. So after they seen that it wasn't good for business, guess what? They made a treaty. But wait a minute. I didn't know treaties went that far back. So there was treaties done in the BCs? Yeah, it was. Now, it says, at an unknown date, Rome became affiliated with the town of Saguntum. And there you go. Doesn't that look kind of like a what? Yeah, kind of looks like a pyramid in there somewhere. See all that cut right there? Uh-huh. So let's see. Sagunto or Sagunt is a city and municipality of Spain located in the province of Valencia. It belongs to the modern fertile comarca something or Camp de Morvedre. It is located approximately So says okay, so located Polybius states that the Carthaginian general Hannibal had been looking for a text. Look at this. That is not him. See what I'm saying? It's not him. Had been looking for a pretext for war and that the Roman alliance was a town south of the river. Contravening the treaty provided the justification. After briefly consulting with the Carthaginian Senate, Hannibal attacked Saguntum, resulting in an 8-month siege. Okay, so there you go. See, this is what started these Punic Wars. So now you know the Punic Wars, who was involved? The Phoenicians. So you had Western Phoenicians, you had Eastern, and they had their own names. The Romans, Carthaginians, you had a bunch of other ones too as well. Right? So, stop there. Let's see what this one says. Let's see what this one says. All right, they ain't saying nothing. All right. I like to do stuff on the fly. All right. Now, what we're going to do is, in the meantime, we're going to go to some videos. I want to give you some of that background on that part. We're going to go to some videos that I pulled up. And this stuff is pretty much lightweight stuff. Pretty much lightweight stuff. Let me see what order I'm going to go in. Let's go. Let's go to this guy. I thought this guy was kind of interesting. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's go to this guy. This guy says something very interesting. And it kind of went through. Let's see, that's 232. Okay. Where's the Bible at? I mean, the book he showed. This is the book, right? So this is called The Children of Mu. This is different from the book that I have that's called Queen Mu in the Egyptian Sphinx. So this is a whole different book. It's called The Children of Mu. I'm going to try to find this. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come back to let's go here.
That stood foremost in religion, philosophy, astronomy, sciences, music, art, and medicine from the time of the destruction of the motherland down to about 500 BC. No other nation could stand as her rival or compete with her in all branches of knowledge. The world generally knows nothing of this. Historians have utterly failed to show and to credit India with the civilization of ancient date. Yet the Akkadians, Sumerians, Babylonians, and Upper Egyptians were her offspring. The world will have us to believe that Egypt is just the cradle of all things, but it's not true. We already know about the ancient Americas, Atlantis, Mu, but on this side, India was the first area that was popping, that came up. Before Egypt, it was India. That's why even the Gentiles will say the oldest scriptures in the world is the Vedas that come from India. And like you see right here, brother just told us, they was the foremost in religion, philosophy, astronomy, science, music, art, and medicine. From the
Now, as I showed you already, those things actually came from America. So as he says, yeah, Atlantis, Mu. So if you're talking about Mu, then you're talking about the original place that came out of the primordial waters. Now, I don't know how old this book is, but it seemed like this book is kind of another form of book that that came off of Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, because it had that same type of information in there. I just want to leave it there. I didn't want to use too much of his stuff because I ain't notify him. But I want to come over here and
India is a modern name for the peninsula. It has only been called India for about 2,300 to 2,400 years. What the ancient name of the Hindu peninsula was, or whether there was a name embodying the whole of the peninsula, I do not know. In all the ancient records which I have read, the Naga Empire, the Maharata Kingdom, and the Maharata was another name for the Nagas later in time. And Dravida are only mentioned. The name India came out of the Greek. The Greeks transformed the name first to Hindu, afterwards to Hindu. Finally, the river became known as the Indus, and the people as Hindus and Indians. All right, the Indians, they became known as Indians. All right. The first people in India were Mayas. The first people in India were the Mayas.
There we go.
And Indians. All right. The Indians, they became known as Indians. All right. The first people in India were Mayas.
All right, there you go.
The first people in India were the Mayas, the Mayans, the Mayans. And we know from all of the information that's came back to us that that was us. All right, the Mayans. The first people in India were Mayas who had left the motherland. They first went to Burma and there became known as the Nagas. From Burma, they established themselves in the Deccan, India, and in India subsequently became known as the Danavas. The Mayas were mighty navigators whose ships passed from the eastern to the western oceans, and from the southern to the northern seas in the ages so remote that the sun had not yet risen above the horizon. That being learned architects, they built great cities and palaces. This shows the exceedingly high civilization of the Hindus at this very remote date. So clearly, the Hindus were the Mayans, who were the Nagas, the same people. The Maya adepts, the Nakals, or Holy Brothers, started from the land of their birth in the East as missionaries of the religion and learning of the motherland. They first went to Burma, where they taught the Nagas. From Burma, they established themselves in the Deccan, India, from whence they carried their religion and learning to the colonies of Babylonia and Egypt.
Now, that's a whole nother book. He just read it. So we're gonna stay there with it. It's too much. Appreciate the brother. That is what? Let me subscribe to the brother right there. That's Brother Maine. What up, Maine? And this is actually 4 years ago. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here to this one. I just pulled some stuff. I ain't looked at it yet. So now that what you just saw, this is what you just saw right here, right down this middle. You see where that X is, and I got it right here. That is what is called Proto-Canaanite language, or what they call Proto-Hebrew language. Now, they want to say like this stuff over here is Hebrew language. That is not Hebrew language. Right? This is a different form of what they consider to be Hebrew language or Aramaic language. It's not Hebrew language. We used to think this was Hebrew, but this is a whole different form. Now, if they want to attribute it to being Hebrew, then that means that it has nothing that matches over here. Maybe a couple things, but it's like they changed up a little bit. But for the most part, this is what you would consider to be the Hebrew language, what I use. Now, just wanted to show that to you. How'd they get all off into that? You ain't asking about that. Let's see what else they got here. Look at these pictures, man. Told you these people sick, man. See, that's why I'll be like, okay, cool. But this is their theatrical play. This is what I call it. This is their theatrical play of them putting themselves in that time. So, you know, it's kind of sickening, it's weird, but this is what they do. This is the way they do it. They think it's funny, you know, but, you know, it's not. But at the end of the day, you know, this is where they feel like they can attach themselves to some greatness.
And tactics were way ahead of their time. In fact, they're written about and studied to this very day.
Leaving yellow teeth in 2025.
So we just putting the things together, right? So the maritime, the naval. That's why I showed the brother first, and what he was reading, the things that I've read, you actually see that the Mayans and the movements of everybody. I mean, you're talking about later on down the line, these Phoenicians came from somewhere. You see, they came from Tyre. Tyre, that's supposed to be Canaanite land, or right there, right above what you would consider to be ancient Egypt. All that was ancient Egypt at a certain point in time. And even before it was called Egypt, or what we consider to be Egypt or Kemet, these were Nubians that ran these places. And these Nubians historically come from the east, Mesopotamia. They're called the Kassites. You know, the Cushites, you know, you got Cush in the Bible, you got Cushites, but there is a people called Kassites, and those Kassites were people that was connected with what you would consider to be Nimrod. And what you consider to be Sumer and all these other places. The Assyrians. Ashurbanipal, right? Banipal, Ashurbanipal. That is over there in those India areas, right? So it's just a connection on that one. It's called the Kassites. All right. Let's see what else he got in this thing. Hurry up. Oh, that was it. That was it. Cush versus Rome, the 20-year war that stopped. Let's see what this says. How many? Oh, this is a whole hour. We ain't doing that. That's a whole hour. All right. So let's get rid of that.
Civilization.
Let's get rid of that. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. So I don't go back to it. All right. Let's see what this says.
C 1500. 300 BCE was a powerful and influential ancient culture known for its maritime trade, craftsmanship, and the creation of the first widely used alphabet. Centered along the eastern Mediterranean coast, modern-day Lebanon, parts of Syria, and northern Israel, the Phoenicians played a vital role in shaping the ancient world through exploration, cultural exchange, and
Did you guys know that them people on them walls are Phoenicians? Did you guys know that? Do you know that the Canaanites are connected with that? The Kemites? Did you know that? I don't know if you did.
commerce. Main cities: Tyre, Sidon, Bablos, Arwad. Geographic area: coastal strip between the Mediterranean Sea and the Lebanon Mountains. Time frame: flourished from c. 1500 BCE until conquest by Alexander the Great and later absorption into the Roman Empire. Phoenicia was never a unified empire but a loose network of independent city-states, each ruled by its own king. These cities shared a common language, culture, and religious practices.
Why do they keep showing these Egyptians? It's because the Egyptians are the Canaanites. The Egyptians are the Phoenicians. You guys gonna learn today. That's why the Bible is not always a bad thing. If you guys take your feelings out of it, take the religion out of it, take the spook in the sky out of it, you might learn something.
The Phoenicians were master shipbuilders and sailors, dominating Mediterranean trade for centuries.
Now, the other part that I almost forgot to mention was the independent city-states. Now, the ancient indigenous empires here in America operated the same way. That's what confederacy is about. When you have confederacies, all these nations are independent but work for a common cause based on trade and business, civilizing and moving around and setting up certain shops. That's why the point is that the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, the Romans, the Moors are the same people. The ancient Egyptians, the Cushites, the Kassites, the Assyrians, the Sumerians, the Donovans, the Mayans, the G people, all the same people. They just stopped and certain people moved forward. The seafaring, the travel, the maritime way is the superior way. You got ships that go out, set up shop, go do what you need to do. People say, well, they went whooped ass and did all that. No, wasn't no whooping ass. That is The pale-skinned people way of looking at things. That's all they know. It's in their bestiality of sort. You know what I'm saying? All they think of is war. So they turn all the different things into war. If you war or betrayal, or you slept with this person, or some type of homosexuality, you sleep with another man or a woman to sleep with another, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole conversation. If you actually look at the History Channel, it all turns into some mystic, mysterious, romantic novel. Yeah. And the way they talk about it with their old English, I wouldn't even call it English accent, that up there accent that they have. The way they talk about it was quite ravishing and amazing, and you know, the whole thing. It might have been, it could have been, and all this other. What is? You see what I'm saying? Master shipbuilders, trade, maritime pioneers, and trade empire right there. See that? The only way you could build civilization is if you know how to move. And you have to master them waters. And you have to be strong, military-minded in a sense of creativity as well, ingenuity. You have to know all these things. You got to know the earth, the whole rock as it is. And you have had to have mastered it.
They established extensive trade networks connecting Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, and North Africa. Key trade goods: purple dye, Tyrian purple made from murex shells, highly prized and a symbol of royalty, glassware, timber, especially cedar from Lebanon, ivory, metals, textiles, and spices. Famous.
All right, let me turn the camera off real quick. I just got a phone call. I got to take this call. And you guys just watch it. I'm only going to be a second, but I'm going to keep this thing rolling. All right, let's get back over here. Where is it at? Okay, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Let's continue.
Colonies: Carthage, modern Tunisia. The most powerful and lasting colony: Malta, Sicily, Sardinia.
Damn it. My bad. I got to cut my mic off too. Appreciate everybody. I don't know if y'all heard me or not. I cut the mic on, but yeah, let's get back to the video. Y'all don't go nowhere. Got 14 in the building. Go hit that prescribe. That's thumb, and let's get the prescribe in the thingamajig. But yeah, is this? You don't hear me? Says muted. Yeah, I know. I muted myself while I was talking. But yeah, appreciate everybody. Hit that prescribe button. Go ahead and repost it if you haven't. Outside of that, share it with a friend. All right, let's get back to it. I'm going on mute. I got to take this phone call.
And sailors, dominating Mediterranean trade for centuries. They established extensive trade networks connecting Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, and North Africa. Key trade goods: purple dye, Tyrian purple made from murex shells, highly prized and a symbol of royalty, glassware, timber, especially cedar from Lebanon, ivory, metals, textiles, and spices. Famous colonies: Carthage, modern Tunisia. The most powerful and lasting colony: Malta, Sicily, Sardinia, Ibiza, and southern Spain. The Phoenician alphabet is one of history's most impactful innovations. It was a 22-letter consonantal script, simple compared to cuneiform or hieroglyphs. It spread through trade and was adapted by the Greeks, then by the Romans, and forms the basis of many modern alphabets today. Religion and mythology. Polytheistic with a pantheon of gods linked to nature, fertility, and the sea. Major deities. Baal, storm god, Astarte, goddess of love and war. Melkart, patron god of Tyre. Rituals included offerings, festivals, and in some rare cases, child sacrifice, as suggested by archaeological and historical sources. Decentralized government. Each city-state was politically autonomous, ruled by kings and powerful merchant families. Highly urbanized society with wealthy elites and skilled artisans. Emphasized commerce over conquest, although some cities had strong navies and defended themselves when necessary. Major conquerors. Assyrians, 9th, 7th century BCE, demanded tribute but allowed local autonomy. Babylonians, 6th century BCE, sieged cities like Tyre. Persians, 539, 332 BCE, integrated Phoenician cities into their empire. Alexander the Great, 332 BCE, destroyed Tyre after a long siege, eventually absorbed into the Roman Empire. Despite these conquests, Phoenician influence endured. Their alphabet revolutionized writing. Carthage, their greatest colony, became a major Mediterranean power before its fall to Rome in the Punic Wars. Their maritime legacy influenced later naval civilizations. Legacy summary. Alphabet vertical bar, basis of Greek, Latin, and modern scripts. Maritime trade vertical bar connected civilizations across the Mediterranean. Carthage vertical bar. A dominant Phoenician colony that challenged Rome alphabet. Basis of Greek, Latin, and modern scripts. Maritime trade. Connected civilizations across the Mediterranean. Carthage. A dominant Phoenician colony that challenged Rome craftsmanship. Renowned for glassmaking, purple dye, and metalwork. Would you like a map of Phoenician trade routes or a comparison with other ancient civilizations like the Greeks or Egyptians?
All right. Okay, so see that right there? That right there. So now we're putting the thing together. We have a pretty good we're getting a pretty good understanding of it. I want to make sure that I get some of these videos out. I got another one. I want y'all to get this real quick. I don't know what this is. Hold on, let's see.
In the annals of history, piracy is not a modern invention. Its roots extend deep into antiquity. Ancient civilizations like the Greeks, Romans, and Phoenicians were not only pioneers in culture and trade, but also in the art of piracy. Early pirates prowled the waters of the Mediterranean Sea, seeking riches and plunder from unsuspecting merchant vessels. Their targets were the lifeblood of men.
You see? You see how they turn it into pirates and lifeblood, and see how they talk about it? See?
Maritime trade, carrying goods and treasures between the great civilizations of the time. With swift ships and cunning tactics, these ancient marauders struck fear into the hearts of sailors and traders alike. Though the waves have long since settled, the legacy of ancient piracy endures. In the annals,
That's garbage.
the Patala Loka described in ancient Hindu texts, such as the Mahabharata. The ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, such as the Mayas and the Aztecs, have many similarities with the Vedic culture in ancient India. Even the vocabularies of the Mayans and the Aztecs have so much in common with Indian languages such as Sanskrit and Tamil. For example, there is a word yoga in Maya, which means union with the higher truth. In fact, this word is extremely similar to the word yoga in India, where the meaning is exactly the same. Then there is the word Kultan-Lilni in ancient Maya, where it means the sleeping life force of a human being. This word is almost identical to the Sanskrit word Kundalini, and there are many such examples. So how were these ancient civilizations connected despite being located on the opposite sides of the globe? There is a theory that the Mesoamerican region might...
There we go. Just bringing up some sources a little bit. Bringing up some stuff a little bit. I think that was it. Hold on. Let me remove this. Let me hide that real quick. Let me go in here. Where are we at? This guy is very important in India when it comes down to history, because he has no problem talking about the similarities between the Mayans and everything else. But we had enough of that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I actually got a little bit more structured in my approach when I want to read some of these things in regards to the history, right? So I kind of did it in the form of a, what the hell is this thing doing? Come on, man. In the form of a brief presentation. Okay. I want to get to give me a sec here. Give me a sec here. Let me get some of this stuff up. Let me see here. Where are we at, Leo? No, that's not what I want. I had these things lined up too. Let's go here. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read this thing, right? I'm going to read this. I did condense it. I did utilize ChatGPT to organize it for me. So I am going to come over here and let's go to stop screen, and we're going to come over here. I'm going to read this to you, right? And let's just share the entire screen. And I'm just going to read this to you guys. Now, this right here, I created different sections, right? And I want to make sure I kept it within 5 minutes. So it wouldn't be too long, too boring. But right here it says, so this is titled Legal and Commercial Continuity from Phoenician Merchants to Modern Maritime Law. Because you know where I'm going back with it. I'm bringing it back to America and what we're dealing with today. So you know that when we're looking at them quoting referencing just like they did in the Supreme Court with their 6-3 decision. They keep talking about Old English law, Old Roman law. What I'm going to share with you that this Old Roman law has always been the same maritime type admiralty law, common law that's been in existence for ages. So this is nothing new. And what these people are doing is they're showing that they're still following the old law. But in the sense of the matter, they're also showing that they're having a hard time interpreting it as well. But nevertheless, it says throughout this series, we have followed the movement of peoples across the Mediterranean. Now we turn to something, this is what we had in prior, but now we turn to something even more enduring than armies or empires, the movement of legal ideas and commercial institutions. Governments rose and fell, dynasties disappeared, religions changed, yet the rules governing commerce continue to evolve, each civilization building upon the work of those before it. The Phoenicians were among the first civilizations to develop commerce on an international scale. Their merchant fleets operated across thousands of miles of coastline, requiring agreements that extended beyond family relationships or local customs. Merchants needed standardized weights and measures, systems of accounting, partnerships, methods of resolving disputes, and confidence that agreements made in one port will be honored in another. So we got port here. Okay, we have ports in America. While they did not leave behind a comprehensive legal code comparable to Roman law, their commercial success demonstrates that sophisticated merchant customs and business practices were already firmly established. When Carthage inherited the Phoenician trading system. So you know when you're dealing with inheritance, you're coming from, you're inheriting something that your forefathers and mothers had before. So they're not changing anything. It's already knowing that their connection to the Phoenicians is one dealing with family, blood ties, right? Just like we looked at the Phoenicians. When I showed that video, you're seeing that the Phoenicians are the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians are connected to the Kassites, the Nubians, who are the Kassites, the Nubians, the Kassites, which extend out to the Mesopotamia, which also extends out to Eastern Asia and India, or Hindustan, who we know that populated the Mayans. And I'm going to keep doing that so you'll know the line or where they're coming from. Now, we also know that the Greeks also had a connection with the Romans. We know also that the Greeks were a part of the 6 kings, which were the Vikings. Those were considered to be Greeks as well, or a confederacy of different groups of people. Just as the Carthaginians, the Phoenicians, the Romans are all considered also a confederacy of sort. Just like the Moors and the Sephardic Jews or the Huguenots as well. They also had their own confederacies, independent city-states. You see what I'm saying? So Carthage governed one of the largest maritime economies in the ancient world. It administered ports. So you see it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger with each generation. It administered ports, regulated trade, negotiated treaties, collected custom duties, and managed commercial relationships across North Africa, Sicily, Sardinia, Spain, and the Western Mediterranean. Economic power, not territorial conquest, remained the foundation of Punic influence. So now we know the Punic Wars are very, very important to the Renaissance, right? This is going to make the turn. This is actually turning BC into AD, before Christian era. And then you have after what they call Anno Domini, right? So this is after, or after, I forgot how they say it. after dominion, right? So it's like this is after the dominion of what they consider to be the Phoenicians. It's a whole shift that's taking place right now. It's a whole shift. And at this point in time, the Mayans are being, more importantly, erased as they are expanding. See what I'm saying? Now, economic power, well, no, I already read that. Rome learned an important lesson from Carthage. Commerce could not flourish without law. As Rome expanded, it transformed regional merchant customs into a more comprehensive legal framework. Now you see how Carthage just instantly turned into Rome. Okay, so Roman jurist, right? So we got jurists. Jurists is judges. When I say quorum non juris or jurist, that's talking about law. All right. Now, Roman jurists develop rules governing contracts, partnerships, property ownership, inheritance, agency, debt, corporations, what they call collegia, right? Collegia, or what? College, collegiate, maritime commerce, and international dealings. Roman law distinguished between the jus civile governing Roman citizens and the jus gentium, or law of nations, which developed to regulate commercial relationships among people of different cultures throughout the empire. Okay. Now, the legal flexibility proved essential. Merchants from Africa, Greece, Egypt, Syria, Gaul, and Spain could conduct business under principles recognized throughout the Roman world. Contracts became more predictable, commercial disputes more orderly, and investment more secure. Law became one of Rome's greatest commercial assets. Now, these are the things that actually translated over here into America, what they brought over here. See, everything they was working from, even the law that they have, is the law of merchants, right? There is a book called the Law of Merchants. And that law that they function from, they created in a form to be able to, when you cannot operate as a matter of fact, or you have a sense that there's some people that's going to be a little bit uncouth, you have to create laws. See, you create laws for people that are uncivilized. You see what I'm saying? And, when you get to that point, you have to do that because you are the one that know you can't be trusted. So you got to create laws for everybody else so that way you can keep other people in control. It's just like caging something natural instead of just letting it grow as it may. You have to control every aspect of it. Now, following the decline of the Western Roman Empire, many of these legal traditions survived. The Byzantine Empire preserved and expanded Roman jurisprudence, most notably through the Corpus Juris Civilis issued under Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. These compilations later become foundational to many European civil law systems. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come down here for the sake of time and boredom. All right. We're going to come down here to this area. So that way we kind of get a clear idea of where this went to. You have Phoenician merchant customs, Punic commercial administration, Roman commercial law, Byzantine preservation of Roman jurisprudence, Islamic commercial law and finance, Mediterranean merchant practices, European maritime law. So all these things that have transpired, right? And this is where I want you guys to get comfortable and get excited about knowing the law, knowing civics, understanding the system. Because because it will help you. Even if you don't want to be a part of the system, you can operate within it and be without it at the same time. Now, I want to come back. I want to come over here. Let me see. Now, come over here to these people right here. I don't know if anybody heard of these people. This is North America before Rome. North Africa before Rome. Right? To understand the Moorish Empire, we cannot begin in the 7th century with the rise of Islam. We must go back nearly 1,000 years earlier to North Africa before Rome became an empire. Now, we're talking about a group of people in North Africa that were around before Rome became an empire. So if these people were around, because people like to talk about these Berbers, but we're about to talk about their actual name. If you actually say, well, wait a minute, these people have been around this long in North Africa? But when we're talking about North Africa, we're talking about a place that was already occupied by the Phoenicians. So who are these people? Now, when you look at this word right here, Amazi, right? The first thing is the ma. You got Amazi, not Amazig. It's not Amazai, it's Amazi. This Ama has a reference to Westerners. Okay? It's like the Amorites. Okay? Now, it says that the first people in North Africa were the Amazi, commonly known by the Greek and Roman name Berbers. The word Amazi means free people or noble people, and they have inhabited North Africa for thousands of years. Their homeland stretched from the Atlantic coast of present-day Morocco, across Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. Remember, Emperor Septimus Severus came from Libya. Now, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, those areas were Phoenician areas. If you look at Iberia, right, you got Iberia, you got what you would consider to be Italy, those areas right there, southern Italy, it's right there. It's like right there. You could jump right across the river and you could be right into North Africa. So they're right next to each other. So it's safe to say that these people knowing how to be in ships, that these people knew about these areas and they all knew each other. All right. Now, now it says it also stretched off into parts of Egypt and the Sahara. Now, we just saw on the Phoenicians that the Egyptians were the Canaanites. The Canaanites are the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians and the Egyptians already shown that they are connected to who? The Cushites, the Kassites, the Nubians, who connect themselves to the Assyrians, the Sumerians, Babylon, who also connect themselves over what is considered to be Asia, Eastern Asia, Asia Minor, Upper Asia, which would be considered to be Russia and the steppes, those areas over there, who actually have connected themselves to the old Naga people, who also are considered to be the Mayans, who actually originate and are a part of the original peoples in America. Okay. They were not one kingdom, but many tribes and confederations. Here we go again. They had confederations and they had tribes, each with its own leaders, customs, and territories. The Amazi were accomplished pastoralists, farmers, traders, and warriors. So farmers got that, traders and warriors. So if you're traders, that means you know how to do what? Travel. So that means you understand maritime law or maritime trade. Pastoralist, that means you know how to take care of animals. I think that's a pastoralist. I don't know. I think it is. Well, top of my head. Okay. They understood the deserts, mountains, and coastal regions of North Africa better than any outside civilization. Long before the counting became widespread, they maintained trade routes across the Sahara, connecting the Mediterranean world with sub-Saharan Africa. Around the 12th to 9th centuries BC, and other people began arriving along the North African coast, the Phoenicians. They were already there. They just weren't called the Phoenicians. It's different. Anyway, coming from the cities of Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos in the Eastern Mediterranean, they were not initially conquerors. They were merchants seeking safe harbors and new commercial opportunities. Rather than replacing the Amazi population, they established coastal trading settlements and gradually formed commercial relationships with the indigenous communities. One of these settlements will become the most important city in Western North Africa, Carthage. See, we're connecting the dots here. According to tradition, Carthage was founded around 814 BC by settlers from Tyre under the leadership of Queen Dido, or Dido, also known as Elissa, or El Isa. And Isa is a very popular name over there. So you got El and you got Isa. So what began as a trading colony soon expanded to one of the wealthiest and most influential cities of the ancient world. As Carthage grew, so did its relationship with Amazi. This relationship was not simply one of conflict. Let's drop down a little bit. Over generations, Phoenician settlers and indigenous North African populations influenced one another, producing a civilization that retained its Phoenician language and maritime traditions while becoming deeply rooted in North African geography and society. While Carthage prefers its Phoenician heritage, it was no longer merely an extension of Tyre. It had evolved into a uniquely North African power. You see what I'm saying? That's the same situation what happened with Carthage and Rome. You see how it's a branch off, but these are the same people, but they developed their own power. And then they became strong enough to be able to not be dependent on them, on Phoenician, on the Phoenician Empire. They did their own thing, but they were still doing business together. Same thing. All right. Now, it had evolved into a uniquely North African power. Its armies often included Amazi cavalry. Its economy depended upon African agriculture and trade, and its political influence extended across much of North Africa and the Western Mediterranean. To the west of Carthage were the kingdoms of Mauritania, and to its west and south lived additional Amazi people. To the east lay Numidia, whose kings will become both allies and rivals of Carthage. During the Punic Wars, the Numidian cavalry played a decisive role, first supporting Carthage under leaders such as Masin Isa, and later aligning with Rome, helping to shift the balance of power in the final conflict against Hannibal. All right. So let's come down here to the bottom. This history is essential because it challenged the common misconception that the Moors suddenly appeared in North Africa during the Islamic period. In reality, the Moors inherited a region with an extraordinarily deep history, one shaped by indigenous Amazi societies, Phoenician maritime commerce, Punic political organization, and later Roman administration. So wait a minute. Are you saying the Moors and the Romans, the Roman administration, helped the Moors? Or did these Moors come out of Rome? Who knows? The civilizations changed, but North Africa remained one of the Mediterranean's great crossroads where people, culture, and institutions continuously interacted and evolved over then a millennium. You guys getting the connections here. These are the same people. At no point in time of what I've read and what I've showed that there has been any forceful infiltration. This is why when we get, now we into the Moors and we're going to get into the Americas, you're going to see that there was no military forceful infiltration into America. Period. This was done methodically through trade and commerce, asylum, and refuge. Why? Because they know they're all related. You telling me back then them people didn't keep their oral traditions of who they are and where they come from? Remember, I read to you in Queen Mu that they said that they bragged about where they came from. They bragged. The kings from Egypt, the Egyptian pharaohs, bragged about where they came from. And I just showed you who these Egyptians are. They are the Phoenicians. The Phoenician script is just as old or maybe older than the hieroglyphs. And if they created these pyramids, they had all these steles up there with all these carvings and so on and so forth, what makes you think that it will be any different anywhere else? So, what else do I got here? No. What else do I got here? What else do I got here? Hold on, let me bring this down. So I got to roll in here. Let me turn this off real quick so I can focus. I don't want y'all staring at me while I'm doing this thing now. I want y'all staring at me when you're making me nervous, man. You're making me nervous. All right. All right. We are going to go. We are going to go here. And we are going to, hold on, what's that? Okay. Okay, and then we're going to go with this one right. All right. Check this out. All right, so here we go, right here. Let's go to who were the Moors. As a matter of fact, let's get these up out of here. Let's clean some of this up. Let's clean some of this up. All right, so here we go here. So who were the Moors? All right. And again, yep, I did all my little notes and I put it in the chat. I said, clean this shit up for me. I don't want to do all that work. All right, so look, it says one of the most misunderstood terms in history is the word Moor. Many people assume it refers to a single race, a single nation, or even a single religion. Historically, none of those assumptions is entirely accurate. The term Moor originated with the ancient Greeks, who used the word more, I don't know, more, how you say this? Read aloud.
More to describe the people living in the far west.
All right. Mora, some. So use the word Mora to describe the people living in the far western regions of North Africa. The Romans later adopted the Latin term Mori, referring primarily to the inhabitants of Mauritania. Now we know that Mauritania is connected to what you would consider to be the Amazigh people, right? So we have that connection. So we get in there. All right. A kingdom located in present-day northern Morocco and western Algeria. Originally, therefore, Moor was primarily a geographic designation, not a racial classification. As centuries passed, the meaning of the word evolved. When Rome ruled North Africa, the Mori included indigenous Amazigh peoples, Romanized Africans, descendants of Phoenician and Punic settlers, and numerous other communities that had become part of the Roman provincial system. And I tell you, they all related. All of them related. North Africa was already one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse regions of the Mediterranean. The arrival of Islam in the 7th century added another layer to this diversity. Arab armies entered North Africa, but they did not replace its existing population. Instead, they established political authority while many Amazigh tribes gradually embraced Islam. Through intermarriage, military alliances, commerce, and shared religious identity, a new civilization emerged that combined indigenous North African traditions with Arabic language, Islamic scholarship, and Mediterranean commerce. By the time Muslim forces crossed the Strait of Gibraltar in 711 AD, the army was far from exclusively Arab. Historically, sources indicate the expedition led by Tariq ibn Ziyad consistently largely of Amazigh soldiers under Umayyad authority. So Tariq ibn Ziyad was an Amazigh. So if he was a part of the Amazigh, eventually over that period of time, you're getting down here to 711 AD, the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, the Romans, and the Amazigh people of all those different areas had intermarried as well. See, you see what I'm saying? Over the period of time. We had just went from the BCs, now we're in the 711 AD. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is one reason historians often describe the conquest of Iberia as a joint Arab-Amazigh enterprise rather than an exclusively Arab conquest. Now, in Iberia, who was running that? Carthaginians. Who took over for the Carthaginians? The Romans. Remember, the Carthaginians had an issue, right? This is where the Punic Wars came about, right? The Carthaginians had a problem. The Romans had a problem with Iberia. You're talking about that river, the Iber River. Yeah. So, who was there? So, if it's safe to say that the Arab conquest of Iberia, that means they conquered the Romans. Now, in some form of fashion, right? Some romantic story. Some romantic story came through as the Moors came in and was cleaning up people sleeping in barns. I had a hard time believing that one. Barns, these areas were Roman provinces. Roman law is still being executed today. Latin, the alphabet, English, all this stuff, everything is all connected. These things are still the Sister KV Act, right? The maxims of law. Okay? All these things are still moving. So this in-barn shit, I don't know. This is where the issue was with me, is that these people they was pulling out and shaving and fixing up and cleaning up was people that they brought over to help them fight the wars. And it backfired on them. That's what we're dealing with right now over here. What do you think we're dealing with? Why do you think they have the mentality that they have? Even some of these niggas that came over here. All right, so look, as Islamic rule expanded into the Iberian Peninsula, European Christian kingdoms began using the term more broadly. It came to describe nearly all Muslims from North Africa, and in many cases, Muslims living in Spain, regardless of their precise ancestry. Over time, the word became a general European label that often overlooked the considerable ethnic and cultural diversity within Islamic societies. Now, what we're not doing right now is we're going to talk about, well, the Moors ain't from over there. They originally come from here. Well, eventually they were over there. Okay. All right. Now, this diversity is one of the defining characteristics of Moor civilization. Among those commonly identified as Moors were indigenous Amazi, Berbers people, Arabs from the Levant. So we know where the Levant is. Remember, we spoke about the Levant. Remember, the Mayans and the Hindus and the Kushites and the Kassites moved up in there as well. So those people that came from the Levant, it ain't what you think it is. It's not the History Channel looking of what you would consider to be an Arab. I don't know if y'all seen some real dark-skinned Arabs with froze, but I have. Now, under this, so let's keep it on that level. Don't bring the other perspective into your mind. You know what I'm saying? While we're talking about this, just think about it. What is the Levant? Where is the Levant? Think about it. All right. Descendants of Phoenician and Punic populations who had long been integrated into Northern African society. Descendants of Phoenician and Punic populations. Punic means different areas that were under Phoenician control or that were an expansion of the what you consider to be the Phoenician, Canaanite, or the ancient Egyptian, Nubian Empire. All right. That goes all the way back to Mesopotamia, which you would call ancient Sumer, the Blackheads, which you also would call ancient Assyrians, the Sumerians, the Syrians, the Kassites, the Babylonians, that take it all the way back even further, going more east into what you would consider to be the subcontinent of India, the Indian subcontinent, what you call Hindustan and all these places, who are called the Danavans, the Nagas, who are the original people called the Mayans, who originated from where? America. The first land to come out of the primordial waters, as the ancient kings and pharaohs of Egypt said they come from. Now, the other ones we see there, Romanized North Africans, Iberian converts to Islam, Jewish communities who participated in commerce, scholarship, medicine, and administration. Now, where did these Jewish communities come from? Where'd that come from? We'll get to them later. People of mixed Mediterranean African ancestry whose identities reflected centuries of migration and interaction. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different groups that are to be called the Moors. The one thing that they have in common is their connection with the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, and the Romans. except for what you would call this indigenous Amazi people, or what they call Berbers. All right. Now, think we got enough of that in there. Let's go over here. All right. This is what like people will talk about Al-Andalus, the golden age of Moorish civilization. All right. When people hear the word Moor, they often think only of conquest, but the true legacy of the Moors is found not on the battlefield, it is found in the civilization they built. The civilization became known as Al-Andalus, the name given by Muslims to the parts of the Iberian Peninsula under Islamic rule, 711 AD to 1492. For nearly 8 centuries, portions of modern Spain and Portugal became one of the world's leading centers of learning, commerce, architecture, agriculture, and scientific innovation. Doesn't that sound familiar? Isn't that what they said about the Carthaginians? Isn't that what they said about the Amazi people? Isn't that what they said about the Phoenicians? Isn't that what they said about the Egyptians? Isn't that what they said about the Babylonians? Isn't that what they said about the Persians, the Sumerians? Isn't that what they said about the ancient Hindustan Nagas? Isn't that what they said about the Mayans? All right. Now, the story begins in 711 AD when an army under the command of Tariq ibn Ziyad crossed the narrow strait separating North Africa from Europe. The location where they landed will later become known as Jabal Tariq, meaning Mountain of Tariq. Over time, that name evolved into what we know today as Gibraltar. The Visigothic king that ruled much of Iberia was politically divided. Internal conflicts among the nobility weakened the kingdom, and with only a few years, much of the peninsula came under Umayyad control. Yet what followed was not simply a military occupation, it was the creation of one of the most sophisticated civilizations of the medieval world. Now, let me mention something briefly about the Visigoths. Visigothic kingdom. Visi means Western, right? The Western Goths. You had also the Ostrogoths, right? Ostra meaning Eastern. You had the Anglo-Saxon Huns. This was a group of people, another confederacy, that came up and warred against Rome. Something like that. And also, this was a group of people that actually fought with Rome to beat the Carthaginians. You also had a group called the Vandals. Now they say, well, these places what you consider to be your present day Spain, Portugal, France, Germany, so on and so forth. But no. No. People think about Anglo-Saxons, but what they leave out is the word Hun, like Attila the Hun. Now, when Hannibal, when the last Hannibal lost, or lost control of those areas that that they had built up, what he did was he left a lot of military might. A lot of those people that was in the military stayed. Some left, some stayed. They then became rulers. And what they did is they went to where they came from. We already know what's going on over there. We need to come over here. Yeah, let's sack them. Let's make it tough for them. So that way we can have our own autonomy. And it wasn't about taking over Rome. It was about taking over their place that they had, that where they lived at. That's what they wanted to do, take control of that. So they had to come to their doorstep and say, hey, got a problem here. But it wasn't this whole movie theater of people riding on horses, swinging shit, dirty and nasty, big belly. Yeah, no. Wasn't like that. I know people would like it to be, but it wasn't like that. You also had a group of people called the Franks, the Normandies, the Burgundies, the Vandals. That's all I can think of right now. This was like another wave of how they was coming through. You see what I'm saying? It's interesting how this thing works. But just remember, prior to all of that, the Mayans had already circumnavigated the world. Already had done that. Been there, done that, went back home. Drop shit off, packages, everything need to be done. All right, y'all good. Let's go. Build that up. Set up these companies. I mean, these colonies out here. My bad. Set up these companies. I mean, these countries. My bad. And we gonna head back out. So let's continue. Now, said the city of Cordova became the heart of Al-Andalus. By the 10th century, it was one of the largest cities in Europe with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Contemporary accounts describe paved streets, public baths, hospitals, gardens, running water systems, and extensive marketplaces at a time when many European cities remained comparatively small and undeveloped. That's a lie. It was already set up that way. You had natural flowing of things. See, what the Moors did when they got to this part, they got sophisticated with their system. Piping, the running of water through things, natural ways to utilize water and natural resources in order to power up your areas was just what it was. What they did is they took it to a whole nother level. You have on the walls, you have on the ancient walls medical supplies, cars, roads, concrete, building. If you can't build a road and you built this big old structure of a pyramid, a step pyramid. Really? Come on, make it make sense. What they did is they took it to another level. What we're seeing is we're seeing expansion and we're seeing ingenuity go higher and higher and higher. Nothing is reinvented. It is just built upon and expanded and perfected to a higher degree. And those people, those group of people, you're talking about masterminds. Do I need to go back up to the list? This was not just one people. This was multiple groups of people with different crafts or expertise of what they were doing. That is what you would consider to be a confederacy. That is a group of people that had different things, and they came together and they whooped ass. When I say they whooped ass, they whooped ass. And I'm just saying in regards to just, you know, the massive effect that they had on the change of the way people saw commerce. Almost second to none, to actually the creation of it. You see what I'm saying? But again, they got sloppy. Cordova was also a city of knowledge. Its libraries contained hundreds of thousands of manuscripts covering medicine, mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, law, engineering, agriculture, and geography. Up. Here we go again. Sounds like the same thing. There's only one type of medicine. There's only one type of mathematics. There's only one type of astronomy, philosophy, law. Philosophy may be different. Law, engineering. Law can be expanded upon. Engineering can be expanded upon. Philosophy, yeah, that can be expanded upon based on your own ideas. Agriculture, you don't change the dirt. Dirt don't change. And geography. Like what the Moors did, that Moorish, I'm gonna call it now a Moorish confederacy. I'm gonna call it the Mori, not ish, the Mori confederacy. And maybe that's why they got the ish in there, because there's so many different groups. We say, yeah, I'm more ish. Yeah, I can go with that. All right. Now it says scholars translated works from Greek, Latin, Persian, Hebrew, and Sanskrit into Arabic. How were they able to do that? Why? is because you got Greek people in there, Roman people, Latin people, Persians, Hebrews, and Sanskrit, which come from India. So if you see the relationship, it's a family. It's a family language. They take their own thing and they make their own script out of that. That's everything I've just been showing over these last few days, these last few times, or these last few sessions, starting from last week. I'm showing the connection to the Mayans. I'm showing the connection, how it runs all the way through and up to the same place, and showing you that nothing has changed. It just has evolved. And we got a group of people now that are trying to destroy everything. They are destroying everything and creating the confusion on top of that. Why are you destroying something that you are supposed to be a descendant of? Maybe because you're not. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you destroy something that you come from? I just went through 10,000, at least 10,000 years from the Mayans, all the way through to where we're at right now, where we're in from 711 to 14 something AD. Nothing you hear in these things is showing any destruction of anything. Where's this destruction coming from? Where is the war and the betrayal and all this stuff that these people have been talking about in their little romantic, historic, and movies and all this other stuff? Where is this coming from? I don't view it. It's not there. Now, the Moors did not merely preserve knowledge, they expanded it. In mathematics, they introduced and developed the Hindu Arabic numeral system. How is that possible? Including the concept of zero. Do y'all know that? See, this is where I've known for a long time that Arabic is the baby language of all the language. Baby. People say Arabic, that go way back to Muhammad and all. No, it don't. No, it don't. He learned that in the cave. No, he didn't. What you guys don't know is that he actually learned from a so-called Phoenician, or what they consider to be a Proto-Canaanite Hebrew person. They said it was a Hebrew, actually. That's what they said. That he couldn't read or he couldn't write. But he could. He just couldn't read or write the actual ancient script, and he was taught that. And then he came out and produced what? Islam. But right here, I don't know. When did Muhammad come into existence? Well, I know one thing. All of these other languages have already been there. Even Sanskrit, Latin, all there. Arabic is late. Very late. All right. So it says making calculations far more efficient than Roman numerals. Algebra or algebra, derived from the Arab algebra, became a formal branch of mathematics that transformed science, commerce, and engineering. Now, transformed, expanded. So you see, the Moors preserved the knowledge while people are destroying the knowledge and killing behind the revealing of the knowledge. More importantly, for just expressing your own natural mind, or how you see things. See what I'm saying? Now, in this last part of the transform science, commerce, and engineering, what the languages are, they function as threefold, right? Threefold. And then there's some others behind it. I'm gonna go with these three, right? Science, commerce, engineering. There's all different forms of engineering. Farming is engineering. Pastoralists, taking care of animals and all that stuff, engineering. Building, engineering. Philosophy, engineering. All these things are a form of engineering. Engineering is fashioning, right? Engineering, fashioning, developing. Now, in commerce, it's about two things: numbers and contracts, or we'll say law. That needs to be engineered in a certain type of way where it needs to be put together. So back then, as you saw in the ancient Phoenicians, you have a picture, you have a sound, and you have a number. That is the master builder, right? That's the master builder. Everything is created through that. No other way. All right. That's my little simple version of how it works. All right. Now, I had to bring in a little bit of this. I wanted to throw this in there. You know, shout out to all the indigenous people, everybody that has done the research. And I wanted to make sure that I tie some things in there so we make sure that we understand we ain't forgetting about America. Now, it says agriculture also experienced remarkable innovation. We're right here at the top. It says through sophisticated irrigation systems, aqueducts, canals, and water wheels, farmers introduced new crops, including rice, sugarcane, citrus fruits, cotton, saffron, pomegranates, and numerous vegetables. Where did those come? Where those come from? Where those come from? Introduced. Farmers introduced. Now they want to say they innovated. That was innovation, like they created. That would mean that these things are hybrids. I don't think these things are hybrids. I think that they actually got it from who? Mommy and daddy. Hey, we need cool. We already know where to go. Come over there. Hey, is it all right if we do business? Yeah, what y'all looking for? Yeah, well, we need textiles. We need things that, for certain things that we need to do. Pomegranates, I don't know. Everybody, well, pretty sure everybody know what a pomegranate is. That is one of the messiest fruits ever. Like, you need a full apron on to deal with that. Gloves, everything. That is not coming out of your clothes. It's a good dye, good colors. All right. Just want to throw that out there. These agricultural techniques transformed the economy of Southern Europe and influenced farming practices well beyond the Iberian Peninsula. So even at this time of the golden age of the Moor Confederation, America is still having some form of influence. See, this is where it goes. Well, because they came from America. Cool. But we know these things came from America. Cool. All right. Just wanted to throw that out there. Now, we'll end off with this paragraph. Okay, so it says the significance of Al-Andalus extends far beyond Spain. It became a bridge between civilizations. Through Moorish Spain, Europe regained access to much of the scientific, mathematical, philosophical, and medical knowledge that had been preserved and expanded within the Islamic world. Equally important that Islamic world had itself inherited and developed knowledge from earlier civilizations, including the Greeks, Romans, Persians, Egyptians, and India. Let me read that again. Equally important, that Islamic world had itself inherited. You only get an inheritance if you are the child of, if you are a descendant of, if you are considered to be an heir or a beneficiary of. You don't get that through war, killing, betrayal. You don't get these things. You become an outcast. But they did inherit. So that Islamic world had itself inherited and developed knowledge from earlier civilizations. So they developed their own knowledge. They built upon that. That's expansion. That's building on top of what's already there. You make it better. You don't stay back there. You make it better. You make it stronger so that way it does not happen again, or at least doesn't happen for at least another 1,000 years down the line. That is the thing that we say to our children: be better. Don't be like me, be better. You got to find a way to be better. It's the only way it's going to get better. Now, if you always say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but you ain't trying to fix it. You want to make it go faster. You want to make it be bigger and stronger, and it lasts and endure. Oh, shit, I got to expand on this. That's what we want. That's what it is. This ain't coming in, kicking ass and cutting off all types of heads, and maybe it got to that point where they said Islam or the sword. People say that. And that was supposed to have been done in when? 700 AD. But that's not the topic. But we'll talk about the brightest part of it, right? So, develop knowledge from earlier civilizations, including the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, the Egyptians, and India. Let's not forget the Mayans, the G. 7. This is the historical bridge that connects our entire study. The Phoenicians connected the Mediterranean through commerce. The Carthaginians expanded those commercial networks. The Romans unified much of the Mediterranean under law and imperial administration. The Moors inherited this world, enriched it with Islamic scholarship and innovations from across Africa and Asia, and transmitted much of that accumulated knowledge into medieval Europe. Okay? Now, into medieval Europe, right? We're in 1490s, right? 1492 is when they're supposed to have been done. 1492, that guy Columbus sailed the ocean blue. This is what they say. See how they turn everything into some romantic little poem? Yeah, right. So from that point, all this stuff under Islamic and Hebrew or Phoenician or Proto-Canaanite, Hebrew, Phoenician, Egyptian, Indian knowledge and engineering is still in full effect. It didn't end. People say, well, the Moors lost, everything is over, everything's gone. No, it didn't. It ain't went nowhere. Who you think beat them? Who you think moved them out? Who told them they had to go? It was their own people. It was another group of people, just like the Carthaginians did the Phoenicians, and just like the Berbers did, like Rome did, and all these. A new group comes in, and if that new group came in, they say, all right, we got it now. Yo, it's our turn. And they came in with their own way of doing things. But at that time, what the Moors did, and, we can look into that if, later on, but they pretty much had a wide range of diversity in their groups. And that caused a problem. There was a lot of people that did not understand maritime law, the law of merchants and traveling, and just the way of doing business properly. And it failed. And what it did was it just dissipated into separate individual groups. There was a lot of mixing. There was a lot of families that were mixing that wasn't supposed to mix. And then they had this other group of people that they started mixing with that eventually kind of turned on them. And this is where this is why they call it medieval. They call it medieval, because that was the time when things got bad. And even during that time, it got bad amongst them. And they had an internal thing going on where that's where they saying where all this killing and stuff like that started happening, and it's betrayal and so on and so forth. All this, different type of Adam and Steve and Eva and Eve and all this type of stuff was going on. And but who knows? But what we do know in 1492, it was still up here. And they held it for almost 800 years. And remnants of that is still around. It is still around. All you got to do is watch soccer. I watched the Netherlands play Morocco. See what I'm saying? Still around. Remnants of that up there. Over there, I should say. So, says Al-Andalus was therefore more than an Islamic kingdom. It was one of the history's greatest centers of cultural transmission, place where civilizations met, exchanged ideas, and collectively shaped the intellectual foundations of the modern world. Now, under the circumstances, we're going to pause right there. We're going to pause right there. And what we're going to do is now we're coming to America, coming all the way back full circle. We're going to come to America and we're going to make this happen the way it needs to happen. So hopefully you guys were okay with that. I want to bring my angle of it. My angle is the fact that, lot of people misinterpret history. You know what I'm saying? Don't let me get into the Bible. Don't let me get into the Bible. It's gonna really be a wrap. Y'all gonna be like, wait a minute, what? Yeah. Yeah. But that's a selective thing. What I'm gonna do is, what is it? 3:10. I'm on 3 hours and 23 minutes. I was already pretty much 30, 45 minutes, 50 minutes in, an hour into the so on 2 hours. Yeah, I was about an hour and 30 minutes. I was about a cool, 30, 45. Then I had the thing, I made the stop. So yeah, that was about, I started at 12:45, got to 11:45, got to 12:15. Then we got here, moved around. Yeah. So I would say by the time 1 o'clock I got started. So what is it? 3:10? All right, I'm less than 2 on it. Hit the link, y'all. Hit the link. I have stopped at 3 hours and 20 minutes. How'd I do? Wasn't too long, wasn't too boring. How'd I do? J-Dub, what's going on with it, man? Darvis, what it do, brother? What it do? Hopefully you guys come up. I like to hear y'all critiques, questions, anything that you got. Let me go ahead and pin this in the chat, and I'm going to come off the screen. Boom. Let me play a little music. Remember, above a 5, below a 5. I don't take it personal. Above a 5, below a 5. I don't take it personal. We strive for greatness here. We strive for perfection, even though we never will get there. Whoa, y'all. What up here? My man, Darvis Blaylock is in the building. What's going on, brother?
Peace to the God, man. Peace to the panel, peace to the chat.
Boy, you got a lot of patience, Darvis. I gotta tell you, man. You got a lot. I was listening to some of that yesterday, talking to that young bro. Well, you got a lot of patience, I tell you.
Yeah, man, it's rough, man. It's rough.
Yeah, buddy. All right. Oh, dude, one of these days you're gonna come up here, man. Yeah. How much of that did you catch? That I did.
You talking to me?
Uh-huh.
Man, man, I'm just waking the fuck up, man. When I woke up, I see you was live and I came on.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I know the topic.
Yeah, you saw the topic? Yeah.
Yeah. That's a touchy topic, man. It's a real touchy topic.
It is. That's why I'm doing it. And I'm only doing it to kind of bring it back to America, just making the connection. People like to divide, want to divide these groups of people, which is, to me, it takes away from the strength of your argument, because you're giving cultures to people that don't even
deserve it.
Yeah, have the right to even claim it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I mean, these people came around Johnny come later. Like I said, these people like to give these people 6,000 years. I'm not giving them that. I give them, what is it? The 1300s, when these people really started coming into the play. And they came into the play based on those Moors that was up there in Europe. They brought them into the fold. They helped them fight in battles. They were kind of like it was like they slaves and shit. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, we were moving people all over the place, man. And I think that once you get further into history, you realize that a lot of these names that was placed on people really didn't even apply to them. A lot of these so-called, I would say, hell people wasn't even in existence in those days, and the ones that were created to be servants. Not saying it was a good thing or a right thing to do, but it was what they were doing. So,
right.
And because we had so much inner family feuding, we went to war with each other all over the world. And we allowed another community, which is not really another community, it's the same community. The Christians were once Moors, but they went under another banner, and they actually went through war, whether you say physical or business war, with each other. And now, when fast forward to now, man, we just got so much emotional ties to people or movements, and we try to superimpose a lot of these movements into history where they don't belong.
That's pretty much where I'm trying to be. That's pretty much where I'm at with it. And this is what I'm showing. I'm like, all of those groups, because what I'm saying is the Moors, the Romans, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, they're all related. I'm saying that.
I'm talking bloodline related too.
And they're bloodline related. That's what I'm saying. And I showed it, right? The connection. I had to be a little bit dry today, so I wouldn't make sure I'm all over the place, because I had to make this hit. I had to make this stick. That these groups of people did nothing but expand, just like you said. The Christians were Moors. They just went into a different type of ideology or way of life. And these people that want to stay as they were left. I really don't think at a certain point of time, now that I'm looking at the history of it, I don't even think they were forced out. I think they just left. Some stayed, some converted, some did whatever, so on and so forth, and certain people left. They was like, nah, we cool. We ain't dealing with this. We out.
And I agree with that.
I really don't look at, because I'm trying to find in this whole research, I'm trying to find actual wars where there's drubbing, killings, heads getting cut off, all this other stuff going on. I don't see it. Only time I see that is in these new pale skins form of their, well, I should say their form of what they consider to be history in their mind. But I think that's just their sick mind, the way they see things. They see war, they see destruction, they see all these other things. I ain't gonna say on the thing, but this is their world that they live in. You know what I'm saying? And you know, from what I'm looking at, everything that transpired, I would say from the Phoenicians to the Moors was like a solid transition where the younger became the force, and they brought in their ideologies and their way of things, and they built on top. They built not covering it up, but they built and expanded on top of what was already brought before them, and that's just what I see. That's what I see. And I think we need to do the same thing. We can't stay stuck in this bullshit, because if we stay stuck, we ain't going nowhere as a people, ever.
And I agree with that too, man. Man, peace to these Hebrews or these, you may call them Christians or whatever, religious people. I like the way they deal with history because they start from the beginning. A lot of us try to start from contemporary time and work our way backwards, and it can get confusing doing that. Because the further you go back, the more the names changes. And until you go back far enough, you really ain't gonna find the true names or true origin of who the people really were. But they're all Hebrews.
That's right.
Even if term didn't exist in those times in those different languages, we would call them now in contemporary time Hebrews.
I'm glad you brought that up too. I almost forgot something.
Peace to the Hebrews, man.
What's going on, Chief I Am? Let me show you this.
What's good with you?
What's good with it, D? What's good with it? Hey, Tom, how y'all doing tonight? How y'all doing today, brother?
All is well, brother. All is well. Let me show y'all this real quick, man. When I was looking through this, doing this research, when I was going through this research, did I stop sharing? Okay, when I was going through this research right here, I was the Carthage in the Roman Republic had an Ebro. You see that? EBRO?
That's the Ibaro, the Yahweh-Deans, the Yahweh-Das.
Yeah, see, all them people are Israelites, King.
Yeah, man.
Somebody put a different term on them boys, a different name on them boys, dealing with history, but that's who they were.
You know what's crazy about the conversation y'all having is that's what I be really trying to tell people. Like, man, the book, y'all think the book is like some shit. If the book condemns the people currently running the world, bro. Like, if it wasn't under a divine governance that it even exists, you know what I mean? That there will be a problem. But the whole story of this life we live in is about these two brothers, man. You know, and in some way we all descend from either one of the brothers. You know, and are there other nations involved? Absolutely. But the climax of the story is this international war over eons between two groups of people. You know, and did they blot each other out of history and erase their history? Yes. Did they change the other's names to something else? Absolutely. But this is not a new story. That's why it's in every jail. It's in every courthouse. It's in every institution that you utilize on a daily level. I often say to people, if the Bible isn't real, then when you sue somebody, why do you go to someone who believes in the scriptures? called a lawyer or attorney. You would think if the Bible's fake, then you would think that they're crazy because their whole profession is based off the scriptures, and that profession runs the world. You know?
The whole fucking world.
The whole fucking world, B. Every corporation has to have an attorney on file. If all attorneys are batshit crazy because they believe in the Bible and you don't, but you got to go to them to navigate through these deceptive, colorable kangaroo courts because you don't know how to fucking read. And the Bible says, blessed is he that reads, nigga. You know what I mean? Like, our people are out to lunch, B. Our people are completely out to lunch, man. And I hate to say it like that, but that's what it is.
I think we got so much, we so loyal to these little subgroups that we can't see past it.
What you mean by subgroups?
Like you may have some people over here that call themselves Aboriginals. Some people may call themselves the nation. Or you may have some people like different groups of Hebrews also.
Fact.
You have
Jews,
and once you go further into history, man, you realize all they're the same people. They come from the same bloodline.
Fact.
But when we get to contemporary time, man, we done got so loyal or so emotionally tied to these particular movements or some of these movements, we can't even consider ourselves being something else. We don't want to go back to the beginning. Somebody told us it's best to stay in the 1800s or don't go no further than the 1800s. Who told us that? And why?
Well, man, you know, man, yeah, man, that's the tool of the enemy. The enemy is the one who's against righteousness and consciousness. So I'm not gonna, but yeah, that's crazy, bro. I'll go back to the 1800s when, that's Reconstruction. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
That's when they restarted. They started burning all this real information.
That's crazy, man.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's wild, bro. Who's teaching that? Who is teaching that? These niggas should be ashamed of themselves, man.
It should be brought up on charges.
But meanwhile, yeah, right, 1,000 lashes, Umar Johnson. 1,000 lashes, nigga. Meanwhile, these people are looking in our history book, using the shit against us that we wrote to document how we was living against us and to rule over us commercially. And commerce is spiritual. You know what I mean? So you can miss me with the spirituality shit. If you're not winning in commerce, you're definitely not spiritual because you know that they're both connected. You know what I mean? Contract law, commerce, and spirituality are all intertwined. It's one language. You know what I'm saying? So
now, let me ask y'all a question.
Go ahead, my bad, son.
Okay, so because I wanted to do the play, I tried to do some research on the connections, and it's like the internet don't want to give you nothing to connection with the Hebrew. So I said, okay, let's take it to the phonetics. We got ERBO, right? We have Iberia, right? We can put, it's safe to say we can put an H in front of that, right?
Well, no, you don't even have to do that. When you said EBRO, that's Eber. Eber is the grandfather of fucking Abraham, the first Hebrew. EBER, yeah, that's Eber. The Iberian Peninsula.
And it's not a stretch. That's not a stretch, Chief. I'm like, this is why I'll be like, yo, does it have to actually spell that word for it to be that? I'm like, people be like, nah, it ain't. They don't say that. Yes, it does.
Man, my teacher taught, rest in power, priest Jedediah Judah Elohim. He taught us that the Hebrews named land masses after their progenitors. And actually the progenitors named the land masses after themselves. right? So the Iberian Peninsula is the peninsula of the of Eber. All vowels are interchangeable. A, E, I, O, and U.
Exactly.
People disagree with that.
Yeah, but it depends on what culture you're dealing with. But they are all interchangeable.
But
so we all communicate it.
We know that, and we're Americans, right? We Americans, we Hebrews. You know what I'm saying? And we know that. We studied that these vowels are interchangeable. But certain people disagree with that. I don't get it. I don't get it.
We're emotional, man. We're emotional people. And the minute you try to correct somebody or something like that, you got to deal with the argument.
Yeah.
Now we know about. I ain't even get into the Greeks yet. I kind of left the Greeks out on purpose. But if I get into the Greeks, sheesh, that's gonna be an interesting thing right there, because you got the Danes, you got the Danites. I mean, you got the movements, right? The movements in the what book is that? Where they was moving up into when they started moving up the coast and through the Mediterranean, Chief I Am. Was that Kings or was that was that Kings or was that Numbers? Or Deuteronomy?
Are you talking about the book of Ezra, Second Ezra, chapters 13 verses no, what is it? 13 is Second Ezra 13:40 through 47. It describes the migration route that the 10 tribes in the year 751 BC under King Shalmaneser of Assyria, after he held them fast in servitude, which is commercial servitude. So your people were sent to another nation to work as employees. That's commercial servitude. And then they took counsel together that they would keep the laws in a land that their forefathers had never dealt with. So it's a migration route from Assyria down through the Mediterranean into the ocean, and brings them into around the Horn of Africa to South America. And then from South America, they migrate. They got 122 different locations where the 10 tribes of Israel, which were niggas, and a little bit of the Assyrians who had fucked into that group of niggas, those 10 tribes. And then they arrived a year and a half later to North America, which is Arzareth in the Bible. And they've been here since then. That's 2,600 years.
Now,
so the 10 tribes of the nation of Israel have been in North, South, and Central America and the adjoining islands, including in Canada and Alaska, for 2,600 years. You want to know how many generations that is?
There's a lot of them.
It's 189 generations.
Now they say the first pyramids that was built over here was around 2600 BC, 2800 BC, somewhere around there. 2600.
I'm not sure about the step pyramids, but I know I'm finna take a trip to Mexico in the next week or so.
But look,
I'm thinking about going to Tulum.
But look, check this out though. In Exodus, or was that the end of Genesis into Exodus, right? They were actually, the Hebrews were supposed to be, quote unquote, held into also another form of commercial servitude and built the pyramids, right?
I mean, man, that's really what it always comes down to.
Temples. But I'm looking at it like this though, gang.
They built the temples too, right?
Yeah, but if Mezarine was a child of Ham or grandchild of Ham, wouldn't they still be Hebrews?
Mm-hmm.
If Noah was a Hebrew, wouldn't his kids be Hebrews?
See, hold on, Darvis. Look, I understand what you're saying that Noah is of the righteous line, but when I see the term Hebrew first present itself, it's with Eber, which Eber is the grandson of Noah. So you are right, technically, because it's the same law, right? It's the same law from the time of Adam, transmitted orally and written to Noah, who brought it through the flood, gave it to his 4 sons, his 3 sons, and their wives. So yes, it's the same law, but as far as the term Hebrew, I see it coming into play with Eber, right? Because it tells you specifically, and I believe Genesis, the 15th chapter, that Eber was the first Hebrew. And then from Eber it goes to Abraham, and Abraham is the father of Isaac, Jacob, and Esau, obviously, and the 12 tribes of the nations of Israel, who turned into superpowers and took over the whole planet. And they left memorials of themselves. You know what I mean? Like, they left land masses named after them. These land masses are held in something called irrevocable trust, so the names of the land cannot even fucking change. You can't change it. You know what I mean? So these niggas were masters of commerce, government, and law, and they not only knew it, but they practiced it, which is true wisdom. True wisdom is not just knowing something, it's actually utilizing it. So these niggas was traveling like, think about it, no passports. These niggas are saying we the children of God. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We the
That's all I'm
children.
saying.
Yeah. So it's a higher science, but yeah, man. That would just be my answer to your question. I think it started with Eber and then through Abraham, but I do understand what you're saying, that Noah, through Adam, is the transmitter of the same body of law.
Exactly.
Now
because Noah had knowledge of unclean versus clean animals, and this is even before Leviticus was even written. So
That's
Noah, remember, right? The Most High told Noah, he said, take 2 of everything that is clean and put them on the boat. He didn't say everything, because there's a whole bunch of animals that ain't even on there. You know what I mean?
But see, during that time, we was profaning our blood with animals too. So all the animals really wasn't like natural. We started doing shit to some of these animals in those times. So those wasn't even allowed to come on the boat. We had unclean animals on the boat also, but they had a purpose.
Facts. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. But they were divided, right? And what you're talking about is genetic manipulation. I think that's a time as old as selling pussy. Excuse my language. I mean, that's an art. That's an art
going on.
It's old as selling pussy. Yeah, man. Genetic splicing and like the creation of animals, that shit has been going on since time immemorial. So you got to think about it. If you have that knowledge and then you take control of the world, what you gonna start doing? You're gonna start splicing humans and animal DNA. You're gonna start, which is why we fail. Which is why we work at McDonald's, Walmart. We work jobs now, because that's the curse. When you violate the instructions of the grand architect, then you go into slavery, which is commercial bondage. Now niggas got to work jobs.
Okay, so let's get on some practical. And the reason why I mentioned the building temples and all that stuff out of straw and all that type of stuff, you know what I mean? That means that these people actually had knowledge on building. Now, what you had mentioned prior of Eber, right? Abraham and the movements and where they came from. I don't know when you guys came in, but how I started the whole thing off, how I kicked this whole American history thing off was that I showed where the Mayans that came from America, we're just using the word Mayans that came from America, actually started this whole movement of empires from, because Smoke said where they come from, America. And they just came around and circumnavigated the world and came back home. Like Chief I Am was saying, 2,600 years ago, they came back into these places, what is called North, South, Central America, and the adjoining islands. But at the same time, the building that has been going on and all the precise works. But for to add on to what you were saying, Chief I Am, in Jubilees or the Book of Abraham, it says when Abraham came over into what is considered to be Egypt, he taught the pharaohs all about astronomy, cosmogony, and all the different things, building science, and all how to read the stars, everything. So in that story, it's already there. So being that Hebrew, being from that line that dates back all the way back to America, then that's where they came from. Smoke Signal. The map shows where they went. The Indian subcontinent, all the way over the Nagas, all the way into Assyria, all the way into Mesopotamia, the Sumerians, the ancient Sumerians, everybody that came in reverse though. They're making it go Central Africa, east, and then all the way around back, and then coming into America. But no, it went the other way around. It was America and came back around to America. And the Moors are your last, I would say, evidence of that connection. Because where did they end up? They ended up back in America. That's where they came back to. So these stories in the Bible, I didn't want to get into the Bible stuff. I could have did some references with that. But even in these stories of Abraham, it says specifically where he went. And those same places that he went is where the Mayans went. How they moved out and they expanded. So that's what I was saying. So if they built these pyramids and all these colossal temples, then what makes you think that they didn't already have knowledge of that? They had to have knowledge of that. They had to be utilized in order, because that's what they said the pharaohs did. The pharaohs utilized those Hebrews to build and to do all the different things. And just like Joseph, who had the coat of many colors, the one that had the dreams, the one that was interpreting and deciphering and all that. Yeah, man. Yeah, we ain't got to the Bible yet. We ain't got
where the problem at. So we supposed to start from the Bible.
Yeah.
But because it hurts so many people's feelings emotionally, it's almost impossible to have a bill on the Bible.
Facts. That's big facts.
But
It's
that's the first fucking book.
It's impossible. That's why I did it from this. That's why I did it from this angle. The reason why I did it from this angle, because it's going to be impossible to hold people, steady if I'm just talking Bible stuff. But now we can have that conversation.
Aton, if I can interject, you were talking about construction and building. So I just wanted to just give a little brief background on myself. I studied concrete forms at Summit OIC. It's a trade school. I did that about 12 years ago. My daughter was 2 when I started. I worked at the local Carpenters Union for almost 8 years, just doing forms, concrete forms, walls, walkways. I worked on the stadium, the US Bank Stadium, right up here in Minnesota. From the foundation, we built it all the way up the walls, everything. But while I was studying, before I started working, I was in trade school. And, you know, I told my teacher what I had read, that all buildings, like how to not erect, but to raise a building from the ground up, from the foundations, the footings, you know what I mean? Whether you're dealing with a monolithic block or, you know, pieces, you know, how to survey land, you know, all of the fundamentals that go into actually working concrete. I told my professor, and she worked for Kelly Construction for 32 years. I said, it all comes from the Bible. You know what she told me? She said, you're absolutely right. When Hiram Abiff was given the orders on how to build, that was given from Solomon to Hiram through the fraternal societies, which you call Freemasonry, which is the compass and the square, right? That's the sign for Freemasonry, is the compass and the square. That is building. That is building. So that technology of erecting buildings, raising buildings from the ground up, that comes from the Bible. I'll give you another example. My brother, he got 12 acres in Costa Rica. He was out there, he had a carpet cleaning company, and he was telling me that in Costa Rica, they have a very bad problem with mildew. And I said, bro, well, if you want to know how to stop mildew, all you got to do is go to the scriptures. He's like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, bro, I swear on everything. The book of Leviticus tells you how to get any type of fungus or a mold out of your house, right? The Bible is the building blocks for civilization. That's my point for saying what I'm saying. The Bible is the building block. It's just like in the book of Levi. You remember the book of Levi, the movie?
Yeah.
You had Denzel Washington.
Oh yeah, the book of Eli. Book of Eli.
Yeah, you had Denzel Washington. He's walking around the planet blind. He can't see. With the last Bible on the planet, the world is a complete anarchy and chaos. And there's another part, a man who knows that the Bible has the building blocks for civilization held within it.
Okay, I got it. I remember the movie you talking about now. Yeah, I remember you talking about now. And he didn't, the Bible was really empty. He was the Bible. He had to get somebody to write it on. Yeah, he had the book, but he had to get somebody to write it down.
You ain't lying, because he was the Bible.
Yeah.
He was the Bible, because he was walking around with the living word of God within him.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because remember, they thought it was Braille, so they had a blind woman read it. She was like, no, it's not Braille. So, man, I'm telling you, because once our people come back to the book, this shit's going to get a lot easier, man. Shout out to Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, man. I just hit their ass for like 30 racks on a lawsuit. You know what I mean? By the power and the will of the Most High. You know what I mean? Like, shit, I wouldn't know none of this shit if I didn't read the Bible every day. I wouldn't know how to sue nobody. You know what I mean? I wouldn't know any of these things. All these things, I wouldn't know how to rear my daughter. You know? I don't have a son, but it's all written there, man. How to build a community, man. How to have bylaws. So what are proper bylaws? What are proper laws, you know, for a community? You know, all these things are written, man. We rejected these things, and now we're in last place, only because we reject the law. That's the only reason we're in last place. Everybody else is using the law of God. China's using it. Europe is using it. America's using it. Shit, they're using it on us. Imagine your ass going to jail and you about to go to prison. And the only thing that's guaranteed is Bible study, and that you got a Bible in yourself. And you reject it. You like, fuck this Bible, nigga. Why they put this shit in my goddamn cell, nigga? You know what I'm saying? got Bible study every week. That's the only way you can get out of your cell during lockdown. Yeah, man.
He over here laughing and shit like it's funny.
Yeah, because he's been through it, because I've been through it. That's the only reason I know. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I know, because I've been through it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, when we come back to the scriptures, bro, it just makes everything possible, man. I ain't gonna hold you. It's not even a religious thing. It's more of a, like, nigga, completion thing, like, nigga.
Instructions.
Yeah, man.
All law, man. Like, everything comes from the book. It was so crazy, right? If we know the book is about us, our lineage, everybody else in the world uses it, but us.
Facts.
And that's crazy. If you mention that shit amongst the people who descend from these people from the Bible, you get ridiculed and ran off the stage.
Facts.
That's crazy.
Shit, and don't make it make sense. They might call you a demon.
Man, the origin of all building, everything come from there.
Bro.
All law come from there, man. Everything, all the answers we missing is in the fucking first book that I think most of us had in our house when we was a kid. If it wasn't in our house, it was in our grandmother's house.
Yeah, hold on a sec, y'all. I got somebody in the back. I don't know who this is. Hey, cam up, man. Who's this? Said Hoodoo, and who is that? All right. What's going on, bro?
Peace, family. How y'all doing?
Hey, well, how you doing?
And thanks for having me up. I'll tell you, it'll be brief. I came up because I heard y'all talking about the Bible and promoting the Bible. And to the two gentlemen that was promoting the Bible on the panel, do y'all have any DNA evidence of Hebrew ancestry?
Yeah, absolutely. My family descends straight from the Scots of Ireland, England, and Scotland, who are absolutely Hebrews.
Hold on, respectfully, do you hear what you just said?
Yes, I do.
You said Ireland and Scotland and England.
I have my lineage, my paternal genealogy goes back to the Scots of England, Ireland, and Scotland, who are absolutely Hebrews.
Brother, I know that you're delusional, but the Irish, the Scottish, and the English, they are a separate ethnicity from the Hebrews, brother.
No, they're
No,
not.
they're not, man. No, they're not, King.
No, they're not. You don't know what you're talking about.
So just so I'm
You
clear.
came up here
Go ahead.
to talk about something you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Smoke. I know. Hey, this.
Matter, King.
Hey, I know this mulatto. This mulatto. I'm here. I'm used to that.
This is mulatto. But back to the focal point.
What's going on, bro?
Peace,
Hey,
King, and thanks for having me up.
Hey, keep it cool. Don't
Yeah,
watch
everything
your
respectful
language.
because you'll notice I'll never be triggered because I'm standing on the truth. All right, let me ask the gentleman, what evidence do you have genetically that the Irish and the Scottish and the English are of Hebrew descent?
History, archaeology.
I said genetic evidence, brother.
A lot of people don't subscribe to genetics. For one,
right, like,
it was given to us by our enemy. And a particular enemy that gave it to us is trying to call themselves us.
Brother, did you hear the question?
They use that shit. I know, I got your King following though. That dude, Michael, what's his name? Michael Ham or some shit like that. Remember they caught this nigga trying to fuck with the records when they were trying to prove that they had lineage to that land of Israel. And they caught that nigga fucking with the records.
Brother, let's not
Michael
have
Hammer, he's like
ADHD.
almost like the,
Did you?
I know, but these are the people that came up with this whole genealogy thing. This whole thing, King. And it's an algorithm. It's
Did you
not
forget the
necessarily
question?
true.
And you notice when I ask a question, y'all get triggered by it, y'all start rambling. I'm gonna ask you the question again, respectfully. What DNA evidence do you have that Irish, Scottish, and English are of Hebrew descent?
Okay,
Cool,
so
and I got
I'll
you,
answer.
King.
Okay, you want to answer it, cuz? Go ahead, you got it.
Yes. Whoever can answer.
I say the issue is the model, bro. If you look at the history of DNA and who used it, why they used it, King.
All right, so just so I'm clear, you have no DNA evidence that Irish, Scottish, and English people are of Hebrew descent. Now we can move forward. When you all claim to be a people, particularly Hebrew people, that you have no evidence that you descend from, do you realize that this is a manifestation of a low ethnic self-esteem?
Hell no. That sounds crazy. And I'm going to tell you why it sounds crazy. One, what you're talking about, the type of pseudoscience which genetics is, it's a pseudoscience, right? You know what the word pseudo means, right?
Yes, brother, I'm listening. I'm trying to let you make your point, brother. I'm
No,
listening.
well, okay, so pseudo means fake. It's a fake science. Why is it a fake science? Because how can you say who you were 2,000 years ago in a system that was only created in 1974?
And let me respond to that. If DNA is false, then that means that you agree that you have no genetic evidence that you're Hebrew. Checkmate.
I have a genealogical evidence that I am a Hebrew. Genealogy, not
Do you know what
genetics.
do you know what genealogy is,
Yes.
brother?
I just defined the difference right now, brother. You're not talking to a slow man.
All right, so define it just for the listeners.
Genealogy is tracing your ancestry through death records, birth records, war records, and any other records that you can connect to your
Exactly.
ancestry
Exactly.
through
So
your
let's have a
mother, your
dialogue. Let's
father,
have a
your
dialogue.
grandmother, your grandfather.
Exactly. And I'm glad you brought
Genetics.
up grandma. Brother, let's not
Hold
argue.
on,
I
let me
heard.
finish.
We'll
Let
go.
me finish. Genetics is you spitting in a tube, putting it in the United States Postal Service, and expecting a cracker who put you in chains to tell you the truth. You're the one who's crazy, not me.
And
That
I've had
got
it.
to be the craziest shit a person ever
And
did
you
too,
notice,
when you
hold
think
on.
about it.
And y'all notice I'm not triggered. Look how calm, cool, and collected I am. Let's have a
Man, you're
dialogue
the
about,
one who's you're
brother. I
bugging.
didn't cut you
You're
off.
bugging, B.
Yeah, but I never cut you off. Let's have a dialogue, King.
Yeah, but
Back to the
let's keep on the
back to
subject
the
matter though, bro. You can't change the whole
brother.
subject
I'm trying
matter.
to respond to him. Let's have a dialogue. Let's progress the discussion. When you speak about genealogy, essentially you're saying grandma says. Are you familiar with the Maury Povich show or Paternity Court? A lot of women said niggas was your father that really wasn't your daddy. Checkmate. So just because a woman wrote it down on some records,
This
just
nigga
because
said
it's
a
written down
Maury
on some
Povich
records
shit.
and said this your daddy, that don't mean that's your daddy, nigga. Do you realize that? Checkmate.
Nigga, one, you're talking
Hey
about the
man,
show
I
for
understand why you call
entertainment.
yourself a
Hey,
mulatto.
hold on.
Let him answer that though, because I'm waking him up. Do you realize that just
No,
because
so
grandmama, brother, don't argue with me. I'm not arguing with you. Do you realize that just because grandmama said that that's your granddaddy, that don't make him your actual granddaddy genetically? Do you realize that?
do you realize that death
Brother,
certificates
one
and
step
birth
at a time, brother.
certificates?
I'm not trying to argue with you. Do you realize that,
No,
brother?
I understand what you don't realize
Yes,
is
sir.
that,
Brother, one step at a time. Just because a
brother,
woman
you
said a
keep
kid.
cutting me off. Let me
Have you
answer.
heard Michael
Let me
Jackson's
answer.
song Billie Jean? The kid is
Let
not
me
my son,
answer the
brother.
question. You're funny, girl. You come up here to,
Do you
okay.
remember that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes, I
I
man,
ain't
heard
you
gonna
that,
take it
distracted from the
brother.
bill,
serious.
man.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
all
can't
he's
add to
doing,
the bill,
big.
man, just fall back and listen, my nigga. We
Yeah,
don't
Yeah,
want
do
to.
you remember
We ain't
Michael
trying to
Jackson's
mix up
song
these
Billie Jean?
fucking. Yes, we heard the
Do you
song,
remember
King.
Billie Jean?
Yes, it's a
The
song. We
kid is
heard it.
not my
Yes.
son. Just
Yeah.
because a woman say the kid is your son, don't mean he your son. Do you
I
realize
know,
that,
but
brother?
these. Yeah, I know. You realize these talking points come from
Okay,
these so-called
so let's have the
mixed people or these
dialogue.
mulattoes.
So let's have the
You know,
dialogue.
you
So
know,
the
most
point
people
is,
don't really have the issue, King. It's only a
so let's
problem,
have it
brother, when you have an issue
one
with
step at a
your parents
time.
being liars. If
But
your
brother, you
parents
don't.
are liars, then you would have that problem.
You just said it. A lot of women lie on niggas and say that they put kids on niggas that's not theirs. Don't you know that? Checkmate. So just
Man, that's
because
not a
grandmama
checkmate,
said you
King.
was
You
Indian,
came from a
just
long
because
line
grandmama
of
said you
liars.
was
Don't mean
Hebrew,
everybody
that
did,
don't mean you
bruh.
was. Well, one step at a time. You want to talk and I go next?
Yeah, cool. Let's get back to the
All right,
subject
go ahead.
matter, though, King. Let's
Yeah,
get back
yeah,
to
yeah,
subject
yeah,
matter.
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
You want to come and change the subject where you want to go, ever, whatever. Most
Oh,
of
you
the time, you
trying
try
to
to be
run?
funny.
I get it.
No, they ain't
You're
running. We try
trying
to
to
stay on subject
run,
matter, bruh.
brother.
We try to
You're
stay
trying
on
to
subject.
run.
No, you
Let
run
me
for
say
it,
one
King.
sentence to
If you
simplify
cannot,
the point.
if you cannot add to the subject, fall
Yeah,
back
I'm adding to the subject.
and
I'm adding to the
listen.
subject right now. I'm adding to the subject right now.
All right,
Go ahead.
And
cool.
I'll say
Hold
this
on
in
real quick.
conclusion.
Time out real quick.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Draco, what's good, man? We got new
What's going on?
new body up there. What's going on there, Draco?
Pause. Big up,
I'm
Jay.
just I'm just up here vibing with y'all. I'm gonna add value when I can, but I'm just vibing out.
And allow me to say one sentence. I'll drop right down, really, because my point is clear. But to the two brothers that didn't understand my point, I'll say this: you could say that a man is your father, even if he raised you. You could say he's your father. But if you take a DNA test and you have no genetic relation to him, genetically, he is not your father. Respectfully, and peace. Much love to the panelists, and thanks for having me up.
Yep, good, bro. Interesting. Well, at least he didn't get too wild. Hey, all right. So, where was we at? Okay, so yeah. So what I was saying was, just the connection of things that I just kind of found out over the last few days to going through the other thing. I'm like, wait a minute. I had to change my whole approach to how I was going to do this. I mean, without a doubt, through my research, it's looking like. I mean, because I don't know if you guys was up here yesterday, but I went into the Book of the Kings of the Pharaohs, and then I actually read Queen Mu. And there is a pharaoh called Mary Ka-Ra, and they mention multiple times in their I guess these their last wills or whatever they were saying. They always mention two lands. You see what I'm saying? Where they come from. And then in the book Queen Mu, it was actually referencing those things as well, where it says the pharaohs, and also Herodotus mentions that too as well. Herodotus, that they actually used to boast and brag about where they came from, that they didn't come from where they were at, and that would be considered to be Egypt. They came from somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You said Mary Ka-Ra?
Yeah, Mary Ka-Ra. Yep. And there was actually a line of those people. It was a line. A lot of Marys. And like you say, Tom Mary, Tom Mary is what they, what the Egyptologists and the brothers and sisters that used to take the people to Egypt and stuff like that. They used to say it's not Egypt. It's not called Egypt. That's when they was fighting the Egyptologists. And it was like, this ain't called Egypt. This is called Kemet. And really, more importantly, it's called Ta-Meri, the beloved land, the land of milk and honey. The two lands. That's what they referenced, two lands. But in the primordial waters, and that was the first to come up out of the primordial waters, and this, that, and the other. But that whole history is America. And this was before I read through the book Queen Mu and all that stuff. I mean, I was like, I never heard it from that perspective, how he said Le Plajon or whatever his name was. I really didn't hear it from his perspective. When he said it, I was like, damn, that made me go back, coming forth by book and by night, and come in the Book of the Kings.
That's kind of heavy right there. You said Queen Mu? Who was Queen Mu?
Queen Mu. Queen Mu is what they call in India Queen Maya. Maya.
Yeah, I pulled up late.
Bro, she was the queen of America, wasn't she?
Yeah, I'm about to. She's from America though. Yeah. Well, on the West Coast, some people would say Lemuria.
You talking about the difference. You talking about the difference between India Major and India Minor?
Right. Well, they call her a queen over there, just like they call Queen Mu the queen of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? She was the queen over there. She wasn't the queen here. It was the group of people that just went that way, and they call them the ancestors. That's why all the people that come out of that bloodline are considered those are the Buddhas. Gautama. You know what I'm saying? Buddha Gautama. And Gautama is supposed to be the actual name of the mother. They called her Maya or Queen Mu or whatever, but actually her name is supposed to be Gautama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
but America anciently is Guatemala.
Yeah,
exactly.
and yeah, the whole history came from the Americas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, America.
Yeah, I can't think of a man name. I think it was Augustus.
That's why they got. That's why they got Guantanamo. That's why they got Guantanamo Bay.
That's right. That's right. Yep. And what they consider to be the queen is really they're referencing the land where they come from. See, a lot of people they put a symbol to it, or let's say a woman. They always represent Earth is represented as the woman, as you know what I'm saying. So they put it in a body figure, but actually they're really talking about the land that they come from. That's what they're always talking about that. That's why Tameri and Tameri Ka is the beloved land and the beloved people of the land.
And I agree with you, King. Not just the people from that place they call India, Major, or the people they call over in that place Africa, but also Greek claim the same thing.
Yes,
you had to do Tahuti, them boys claim the same thing. The Golden Age, the Maya spoke about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's countless different people that spoke about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know what I'm saying, Draco? And that's just like this is information I've been holding on to long. It was hard to make sense out of it. You know what I mean? You know, you got the Pan-Africanists over here. That's with the Commetans and all that stuff. All them people going on. Then you had the religious aspect of things on the other side, but nobody never talked about the physical nature of the world. It was always a spiritual thing. And I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? Only to an extent. You know what I'm saying? I got to be that. But for the most part, my feet firmly planted on the ground, and I ain't getting lifted up off this motherfucker unless there's some big that's gonna lift me off. There's somebody gonna lift me. Somebody strong enough to lift me off my goddamn feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Brother Preach used to always call them space cadets. People that are highly and overly righteous and morally, and always going into the spiritual realm to explain some human shit. Like nigga, my old lady, her name in my phone is Earth. You feel me? Right. I know where I draw my power from. You know what I'm saying? It's one, but yeah, man, that's a lot, man, to have to deal with all those different doctrines. You know, only to find out that you guys are the people of the book.
And that's the crazy shit. Because the people who write these books go through the same source that we find in every fucking household, man. They all use those same sources, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, fun fact. The only group of people in the history of the world that use the Bible to record their own family genealogy is the North American Negro.
That's a source. Most Bibles, I was telling somebody one day on a panel, when I was younger, most Bibles had a beginning part of what everybody in your family listed. Your whole genealogy is in that Bible and with the family Bible.
The only people on the entire planet right now for the past 500, 600 to 1,000 years that have used the Bible as a genealogical record are the North Central America and the adjoining islands, because it's a cultural practice done by a specific group of people, and it spans eons. And anybody there has a different
I think the issue is because a lot of people can't connect themselves or can't see themselves coming from the people with the Bible, so they just dismiss the Bible. And it's understandable if you don't feel as though the people with the Bible are the ones that you consider your ancestors. You probably have an issue with it because that book held them people up to a higher level, and they were considered as God's people.
Yeah. So my experience was a little different. My family wasn't fucking with that. They wasn't fucking with the Bible like that. I don't know why, or whatever the case is, but we have a book, we have a history. They did a tree and something that they would consider a Bible, but as far as following the actual Bible and the pointers and all that, they never really did that.
I mean, my
No,
mom.
what I'm saying, I'm not really.
Hold on, real quick, Chief. I am Copper Draco. When we was born, a Bible had our name engraved on it in gold, with the gold lines on it, with the little tail coming out the book. Y'all remember that, Darvin? Coming out the tail where you could bookmark the thing, and it had our name on it, and it had a color associated with like everybody had a different color type book because it was like that color represented us. Like when we came out, this is what my mom had ready. Boom, it was there before we even lift it. You know what I'm saying? And I never opened it. Never had an inkling of opening that thing. You know what I'm saying? It was just there. It was just like symbolism. It had my name in there. It was all written out. Boop, 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 my birthday, year, and everything. Interesting. I didn't start reading that book until I got in my 20s because I wanted to start reading it. I mean, when I was forced to do something, I did the opposite. And when I decided to start reading, I started reading it. Yeah. That's just what it is. Once I knew it was a book, and I wasn't gonna float away or nothing like that, or get hit by lightning. I started reading that shit, Draco. Go ahead, T-Vine.
Hey, but Draco, let me say this to you. I'm not saying it as if your family was worshiping anything. I'm saying that for 600 years plus in North America, and it probably goes way back further than that, we've been using the pages of the Bible to record our genealogy. When you live, when you were born, when you lived, what you were doing while you lived, and when you died. That's what we want. I'm not saying it's a spiritual or religion. I'm not saying that type of shit. I'm not gonna put that on you and your family. You know what I mean? Because I wish the opposite, or I pray for the opposite for anybody. I pray that you don't look at it as a religious book. I pray you look at it as a record book. But that's what it was to us in North America. And if you actually look it up in Google right now, what group of people have historically used the Bible as a record-keeping book, it's going to specifically say the African American. There's no other group of people on the planet.
Okay.
So these are,
I can rock with that.
Let me good evening, fellas, but that's not true.
Peace to God. I would say this right here, man. When I came down here, when I came down here, I think it was like 8 or 9, something like that. We started. We was in Bible study. We had to go to Bible study when I was young. So every Thursday, they'd gather all the kids up and make them go to Bible study. And when I went there the first time, I ain't had no Bible. So I used my grandmother's Bible. And I realized my name was inside there too. That was when I first realized it. And when I got older and went tried for my permit, I used that as a form of ID, and it was accepted in the DMV. So it has standing.
And the standing is cut by way of the Roman Catholic Church having the full document of their baptismal certificate.
That might be true.
I have an issue with that, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
The kingdom of men is given to who the Most High give it to, even the bases of men. Yeah, we're being ruled over by the bases of men, but they're still using the same structure for record keeping. This is why the Bible can be admitted into any court of law as evidence.
Sheesh.
Now, what is the evidence of? You got to bring that forward. You know what I mean? But it can be entered as evidence into the record in any court matter. So if you got a Bible with your name in it, like the brother just said, what are you saying to the court? That my name is written in the book of life, nigga. I'm not subject to the dead. I'm not subject to the codes, nigga. I'm not subject to the statutes, the ordinances, the policies, nigga. My name is written in the book of life, my nigga. Come on, man. We gotta talk about this shit. Cause nigga, they send you to jail, nigga, and it's a Bible in your room when you pull up, cuz. Come on, man. You can't just tell me in this same Bible, it condemns the current people that are ruling over us.
All right, y'all. You know what time it is. Appreciate everybody coming through. Had a nice, cool classroom today. Hopefully everybody liked what we did today. Put it together. And if you didn't catch most of it, go back, check it out. And you know how it is. We're about to play these last songs. And when it's over, Body Artists. Appreciate you coming in. 3 times Indigenous Nate, Engine Radio. Copper Draco. Know your business. Concrete Crown. Richie Rich. King Chameleon. Big Dog Philly. Smoke Signal. Everybody that came through. Tamula. See you two up in there. Hey, like I said, we're going to play these last cuts. You know what I'm saying? And when it's over, it's over. All right. All right, let me cut off this music. And let's get it. Appreciate everybody coming here on the next one. Monday through Thursday. Anywhere between 11:45 and 1:45. Just look out for it. Prescribe. Repost it. Check it out. Holler at me on the next one.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
all of your assets, you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah, you know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding fee. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I shy not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. In history books of fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors. And posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad. Cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. And I believe with the fad. Tears don't fall from my eyes. Cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery.
Don't move it.
coach, quotes coded in oath with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, subtracting in chunks. Reacting to actions, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message. Embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss, and you trying to employ it.
Ain't